jump right in, talking about population change first. I'm going to start at sort of a really high level. And I'm going to talk about the fact that Maine's population growth over the decades was relatively slow most of the past 100 years, give or take. The exception being the back to the land movement, where you see that really tall bar there in 1980. So during the 1970s, there was a lot more migration into the state, a lot more population growth. 1980s, so the next bar, 1990, still pretty strong, continuing through that decade. It's been slower more recently. If you compare it to the US, you can see we've lagged behind the US in a lot of those decades of growth. But even more recently, the US growth rate has been slowing. So 2020's decade of growth nationally was the slowest since 1940. So it really has been this downward trajectory of growth nationally. Now, during the pandemic, of course, Maine became a much, actually, let me talk about regions first before I jump into more recent stuff. So regionally, if you look at sort of the state broken out into some big chunks, color-coded map for reference, but hopefully the regions are sort of self-explanatory. Most of the regions of the state, the population really hasn't changed all that much over the course of 100 years. Most of the population growth has been in the southern coastal, which is York, Cumberland, Saginaw counties, and the central portion, Androscoggin, Kennebec, and Penobscot counties, essentially following the I-95 corridor up. That's where the population growth has been, especially since that 1970 mark. The real population growth has been concentrated in that southern coastal portion of the state. All of the other regions of the state, there's been a little up, a little down, but not a lot of change over time. Reasonably steady population in those portions of the state. So, sorry to say this, during the pandemic, Maine became very popular. Lots of people moved here. So if you look at the more recent population change, we grew 2.6% from 2010 to 2020, 2.4% from 2020 to 2023. So much more rapid growth. We went from 42nd in growth to 14th in growth in the US. December is when we'll get our first crack at the 2024 numbers. I'm looking forward to seeing what those look like. We did see a slowing. So 2021 and 2022, very strong migration. All of our population growth is coming from migration. We have natural decline, so more deaths than births each year. 2023, we saw that migration slow a little bit, but it was still more than enough to offset that natural decline and lead to overall population growth. My guess is that when the 2024 numbers come out, my hope is that it's still positive, but I think that migration will have continued to decline a little bit because of the housing situation. And I'm going to talk about housing in my next segment, but I want to talk a little bit about the regional growth from 2020 to 2023. You'll notice in that cumulative period, and the numbers go through July of each year, all of our counties had both positive population growth and positive net migration. So more people moving in than out, and that was enough to offset the natural decline in each county to lead to overall population growth. Down at the low end, Aroostook County sort of just eked out a little bit of growth. Knox County was right next to that. And then if you go up a little ways, you'll see Saginaw County, Waldo County, pretty close to the statewide average, sort of in the middle there. And then Lincoln County a little bit closer to the higher end. Some of those high end counties that saw the fastest rates of growth and the fastest rates of migration in were some of the more rural counties. So small population, doesn't take a lot of people to have a high rate of growth, but it is still very noticeable. That's a lot of change for rural communities to have an influx of people like that. If you look at just the most recent year though, 2023 on its own, Knox County down at the end actually saw a population decline. It's the only county that really saw a substantial decline. And if you look at the components, that breakdown there, the migration component is very, very small. Again, my guess is that this is not that people don't want to be living in Knox County, it's that housing is a real challenge in the area. If you sort of make your way up again, you can see if you get up towards the high end, Waldo County had the highest. And then Saginaw County, Lincoln County, in the middle-ish, there were a lot that had sort of very similar population growth changes for that year. If you look at sort of over time, what the population growth looks like across just sort of the mid-coast region, compared to the state, you can see again, similar pattern here. Lincoln County did better in the 1960s through to 1970. Back to the land movement, lots of migration, particularly into the mid-coast region. So even stronger growth than Maine saw, but that slowing pace into the more recent years. The projection out at the end there, 2030, comes from the population projections that I do every couple of years. I'm in the process of updating them now. I am still struggling with figuring out how I'm going to do the migration component. That's always the hardest piece. And I have not liked the results that I have gotten from several different iterations. So I'm still working on those. Those will go out to 2032 when I'm done with them. But at this point, 2030 is the most recent. And you can see that because these are based on some of the historical trends, that downward trend is generally continuing. With the exception of Waldo County there, and you'll remember from the previous slide, Waldo County saw some stronger population growth in the most recent year as well. So we'll see what that looks like. But the expectation here is that a lot of the trends that we have been seeing are expected to continue, in part because of the demographics of the region. So I want to talk, next about housing changes, because I mentioned that a couple of times. So what we had seen even before the pandemic happened was this downward trend in availability of housing. So the chart here is the active listing count for housing inventory in Maine. It has a very seasonal pattern because everybody lists their house in the spring, and then nobody wants to move in the winter. So you get this up and down wave, but it had been trending down even before the pandemic, which is roughly that gray bar is about the time that the pandemic started. And then it sort of leveled out. More recently, we've started to see a little bit of improvement here, but we're at a much, much lower level than we were not too long ago. There's a lot more demand for housing, and so turnover got really, really short. So that shrinks the available inventory. And we had high mortgage rates that were locking people into their existing homes, so people weren't selling either. So very, very limited supply of housing. And then lots of people wanting to move in. So when you have a lot of demand, not a lot of supply, you get house price increases here. And you can see that that was the case not just in Maine, but also in New England and the US. And you can see that sort of bubble where all three rose really quickly in terms of year-over-year growth. And that has come down, but keep in mind, this is still growth. It's just not growth at as fast a pace as it was just recently. Maine also had been leading the nation in some of that growth. So we're higher than New England, higher than the US, very rapid home price increases. We've dropped down more recently. Now we're sort of more middle of the pack, much lower in the New England rankings. But that was a lot of price increases in a very short period of time. So this has had some real repercussions for affordability. So this is 2020 homeownership affordability data. This comes from Maine Housing. They've got a great website, actually. If you go and look, you can dig down to this, you can get the raw data for this. I'll play with all sorts of different things. I've color coded this to make it a little more intuitive. Basically, the counties in green were considered affordable. The counties in red were considered unaffordable. Back in 2020, you'll notice there are a handful. They tend to be the more rural counties were considered affordable. If you jump forward, oh, and the other thing I wanted to point out is that down at the low end, high end, the expensive end, Lincoln County was at the top there, over 60% of households unable to afford the median home price. Knox County is in that area too. Waldo County is just a little bit above that. Saginaw is sort of middle of the pack. If you jump forward to 2021, when we started to see more demand, we started to see the supply dwindle, those price increases were ramping up. There were only 2 counties that were still considered affordable. So you move ahead to 2022, nobody's affordable anymore. 2023, you've seen this really sharp increase. And I'll point out that if you look at Aroostook County, which is the most affordable, relatively speaking, it's pretty much where Lincoln County, the least affordable, was back in 2020. And Lincoln County, Knox County, Saginaw moved that direction. Waldo County is now closer to the middle of the pack. But those high-end ones are running close to 90% of households unable to afford the median home price. So housing has been a real challenge and has changed very rapidly from just a few years ago. One of the things to keep in mind is that as much as those home prices have made things unaffordable for people who are here, if you compare us to other states, we are still affordable. So if you look at, this is a sort of calculated measure of the monthly mortgage payment at the median sales price for the New England states. And you can see Maine was at the low end, pretty much tied with Vermont at each of the years. This is 2021, 22, and 23 data. Everybody saw these big increases. Maine basically doubled. But if you look over at Massachusetts, Massachusetts has been seeing really big increases too. And Maine still seems like a bargain compared to some of the other places in the country. So keep that in mind as you're thinking about all of these home price increases compared to other places, we're actually still more affordable. So I want to talk about demographic change next. I'm going to start out with the diversity index. So the diversity index basically says if you're taking 2 people at random from the population, what are the chances that they come from different racial or ethnic backgrounds? So Maine as a whole in 2020 was at 18.5 compared to the US 61.1. So we are the least diverse state by this measure. There is some regional variation. So Cumberland County, Androscoggin County, and Washington counties are more diverse. Cumberland and Androscoggin counties have higher shares of African-American Black populations. Cumberland County has a higher share of the Asian population as well. And then Washington County has a higher share of Native American Indigenous population. But all of the counties have some degree of diversity. So this is the breakdown for 2020 for the counties, leaving out the white non-Hispanic population so that you can see a little bit more of the breakdown of those smaller racial and ethnic groups. Lincoln County is the one in the middle there that's the lowest, so the least amount of racial and ethnic diversity in Lincoln County, running about 6% not white, non-Hispanic. And then the other mid-coast counties also tend to be on the lower end of the racial and ethnic diversity. I'm called out the 3 that are taller there, the more diverse counties on the previous slide. But there has been a lot of improvement over time. So all of the counties are actually better than Maine was back in 2000 and even in 2010 in terms of the share of the population that is not white non-Hispanic. In 2000, Maine's population, only about 3.5% of the population was something other than white non-Hispanic. 2010, about 5.5%, 2020, close to 10%. Some of this is a reflection of the migration into the state being more diverse populations. Some of this is also a reflection of the fact that that multiracial category is a lot larger because of the way that the Census Bureau was counting people during the 2020 census and basically they made a methodology change for how they were reading the data that they were receiving. I also want to make sure to remind folks that when I'm talking about race and ethnicity, it's a different concept from place of birth. Sometimes we get the two conflated. But if you look at the chart here, this is Maine data. The only racial and ethnic group in the state that has a larger share foreign born than native born or born in the US, Asian alone. White alone, not Hispanic or Latino, is almost entirely born in the US or native born outside of the US. Black or African American is about a 50-50 split. But then the other categories, American Indian, some other race, two or more races, Hispanic or Latino, all have a larger share of native born than foreign born. I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to talk about age now. We talk about age an awful lot in Maine because we do have the highest median age and we have the highest percent of the population age 65 and over. So there's the line for the state running through there, 44.8 years. That is considerably higher than the US as a whole. The US is running, I think 39-ish is where the US is. But if you look at the counties here, there are a few that are below that statewide median. Androscoggin County, Cumberland County, Penobscot, Kennebec, Franklin County and York County are just over the line. They have our larger urban areas. They have larger college and university populations. And so that brings down the median age in those counties. Lincoln County is currently the oldest. Lincoln County and Piscataquis County go back and forth for which one is the oldest by median age. Lincoln County is currently the oldest. Those are the two counties that have a median age above 50 years. Knox County is very close to that line, as is Hancock County. Aroostook and Washington are starting to nudge up to that point as well. Some of the older counties in the state. But I want to point this out. All of that migration into the state was actually really helpful on the median age front, because our median age in 2023 is the same as the median age was in 2020. At the same time, the US increased 0.6 years. So it's been going up in other places, whereas it stayed the same pretty much in Maine. This is a very different story from what we had been seeing before the pandemic, where Maine's median age had been increasing and increasing faster than the US. So if you look at I've put Maine is in the orange here. You can see that down at the bottom there, where we dipped a little bit in 21 and 22, came back up. So we're flat from 2020 to 2023. Everybody else in the US, the other New England states, everybody on the chart here saw these increases year over year. So we've closed some of that gap with Maine and the US median age, because we saw more people moving into the state who were younger than the existing population of the state. I want to show some population projections by age. So on the left here, these are 2030 projections. So on the left is Maine. And you can see sort of up near the top, that bulge of the baby boom generation. So the baby boomers were born between 1946 and 1964. So 2023, all the baby boomers are going to be over the age of 65. And so you can see that sort of bulge in the chart there up near the top. This is, each of those bars is the different percent of the population in an age sex cohort. So we haven't, excuse me, haven't had the migration into the state over the decades of younger populations to offset the aging of that baby boom generation. And so they're starting to sort of accumulate up near the top of this pyramid in a very noticeable manner. If you look at the chart on the right here, that's Saginaw County. You can see that noticeable bulge of the baby boomers, but there's another sort of noticeable bulge. It's more, you can see it a little bit in the statewide data. It's a little more defined in the Saginaw County data. That is essentially the millennial generation. So even though birth rates were lower, baby boom generations was so large that when they had kids, they had little baby boomlet So that's the millennial generation there. But if we look at some of the other counties, here's Waldo County. That's not quite as defined. You can still see that baby boom generation, but a little bit more tapered. Looks a little bit more like the Maine pyramid. Knox County, on the other hand, remember I said the median age is already starting to nudge pretty close to 50. So you can see that it's a little more top heavy. And Lincoln County, remember that is currently the highest median age. Again, this is sort of an upside down pyramid. These are called population pyramids because if you looked at one for Maine from 1950, it would look like a pyramid because the top was narrow and the bottom was wide. But over time, we've sort of inverted our population. One of the things that I wanted to talk about really briefly, just combining the concepts of race and ethnicity and age, is that if you look at the diversity index by age for the state, 18.5, again, that was the state as a whole. Just below that is 65 to 84 years. The diversity index for that population, just 7.9. And then as you go down through the age cohorts getting younger, you can see it's widening up. So 30.5 for the under fives. Now that's still far away from the 61.1 for the US, but younger generations in Maine are considerably more diverse than older generations. So we have more diverse populations that are moving into our schools, than hopefully moving into the workforce, than the population that we have moving out of the workforce. So I'm going to talk about workforce and employment changes next. I want to start with just the concept of the labor force. So the idea is you're starting with the civilian population age 16 and over. So if you're under 16, you should be in school, and we're not even going to think about you for this concept. But if you're age 16 or over, anything beyond that, there's no upper limit to this. And that's an important idea here. No upper limit. About 59.6% of Maine's age 16 plus civilian population is in the labor force. So just shy of 60%. 97.1% of that 59.6% are employed. 2.9% not employed but looking for work. So they get counted as unemployed. If you're either unemployed and actively looking for work or employed, you get counted in the labor force. So what's going on with that other 40.4%? Those are not in the labor force. Could be retired, could be full-time students, full-time caregivers, out of the workforce for health reasons. There are quite a few different reasons you might end up in that category. In Maine, retirees, I think, make up about half of the people who are out of the workforce. And that has been a growing share of the portion of folks who are not in the labor force. So that really is an important concept here. As we have more of our population moving into the upper components of that population pyramid, upper age cohorts, more and more are going to be shifting into this not in the labor force because they're retired. So if we look at the labor force overall, you can see if you look at Maine first, that's the blue dotted line, that's the left-hand axis. You can see it had been growing, let's go back to 1990, had been growing and then leveled out, and now it's sort of starting to nudge down a little bit. That's a reflection of the demographic situation. And then I've put the mid-coast counties on here. Those are on the right-hand axis. Similar patterns. Lincoln County, remember, oldest, you'll notice, has also the lowest of the labor force here and started that downward trend. It's been a little sharper downward trend, started a little bit sooner than Maine. So if we compare Maine and the US and we look at the labor force participation rates across the different age cohorts, Maine does better than the US at the young end. We have more people at the young end participating in the labor force than in the US as a whole. We're pretty close on all of the other ones. If you looked at this, you'd say, okay, yeah, Maine probably has a higher labor force participation rate than the US. That is not the case. Our labor force participation rate lags behind the US. We've opened up a gap there. And that is because if you look at the share of our population by age, we have a much higher share of our population in those upper age cohorts where the labor force participation rate is lower. And so that affects our overall labor force participation rate and has opened up that gap with the US. At the same time that we have this diminishing labor force, we have very, very low unemployment rates. So October's data just came out, 2.9%. It's pretty much the same as it's been for most of the year. That it has been very, very stable recently. We've been running around that 2.8, 2.9% for a while. It's below both the New England and the US rates. If you look at the map here, this gives you a good sense of the difference in unemployment rates across the state. The southern coastal up through the mid-coast portion of the state tends to have lower unemployment rates. And then what we think of as the rim counties, so you follow the Canadian border around and you pick up Piscataquis County, which has the highest unemployment rate. Those unemployment rates tend to be a little bit higher. Unemployment rates are also very seasonal. This is October data. The high point here, as I said, is Piscataquis County. That's 4%. That's still a very, very low unemployment rate. And at the, if you look down at the low end and you sort of look through the numbers there, Cumberland County, I think is the lowest, 2.5. Saginaw is also at 2.5. Those are really, really low unemployment rates. So there just aren't a lot of people who are in the labor force, who are unemployed, sort of sitting on the sidelines trying to find jobs. So this has an impact on our ability to grow employment. In order to add jobs, we need to have people to fill those jobs. You only get counted as a job in the employment count here if there's a person filling that job. So we did manage to get back to pre-pandemic peak employment in the summer of 2022. 2023, we continued to see employment growth. The forecast here is coming from the state's Consensus Economic Forecasting Commission. It's a group of 5 non-government economists. My office provides staff support to them, but they meet a couple times a year. They set the official economic forecast for the state. This is their November 1st forecast, but I will point out that their November 1st forecast is actually the same as their February 1st forecast was. They did not make any changes to this. They see this pattern of slowing employment growth. If you look at sort of 2024 year to date, employment has been very, very constant. We have not seen a lot of change over the year. Not a lot up, not a lot down. So one of the things I wanted to talk about briefly in terms of employment, because it's a question I've had a lot in the past few years, it's related to remote work. It is really, really challenging to get good solid numbers on remote work in the state. So one of the ways we can sort of get at it by piecing some different data together is if you look at the employment growth relative to the establishment growth. Now, there are a lot fewer establishments than there is employment in the state. So if you're adding an establishment that has 1 job, an establishment that has 2 jobs, but you're adding a whole bunch of them, you're going to see an increase in establishments, but that's not really enough to move the needle on employment. So we see this really sharp uptick in that red line there, the number of establishments. And that's because we saw these out-of-state firms reporting, hey, Department of Labor, I've got 1 person working in Maine. You got to cover them under your unemployment system. And so this is really an indication that we saw a lot of people coming in for remote work. I have heard from Department of Labor that we had seen that sort of, you can see if you look at the top of that, if that establishment line is starting to flatten out a little bit. I've heard that they're starting to see an uptick again. So remote work is still a thing. It has not sort of vanished. We didn't see a lot of people come here for remote work. And then when offices had people come back, sort of turn around and everybody left and all of the remote work ended. It is still a thing. In terms of employment growth by industry sectors, we've seen some change over time here as well. So this goes back to 1990. I want to start at the bottom here. That's manufacturing. And the thing I'll point out, we tend in this state to talk about manufacturing as an industry in decline. And that's not really the case anymore. Manufacturing, while employment is about 40% lower than it was in 1990, really all of that decline occurred leading up to 2009. And we've been at that 2009 level since then. We've actually more recently started to see a little bit of upward trend there. So that industry sector has been through a tremendous amount of change. It is still, if you look at GDP, a very significant portion of the state's gross domestic product. Still very important for the state. And it has shifted. It is much more diverse than it used to be. Much more high skilled jobs. So high value add for those jobs. So I like to point this out to folks that it really, that story of decline is really a past story of decline, and it's a little bit different now than it was previously. The other two I want to talk about here are the two at the top. So the orangish colored line is healthcare and social assistance. As you might imagine, with an aging population, this is an increasingly important part of the state's economy. And you can see it had very rapid growth. That growth slowed a little bit. We've finally started to get back out of the really tough time that sector had during the pandemic. Started to see employment catch back up again. The other line that's up at the top there is professional and business services. And that has been an increasingly important part of the state's economy. I've got a chart later on GDP, which you can see that again, but really starting to pick up. You can see some very sharp increases, especially during that pandemic period, the first couple of years after. A lot of those jobs were really suitable for remote work. And so we saw a big increase in those jobs during that pandemic period of the rapid remote work increase. In terms of the size of these sectors, so trade, transportation, and utilities is the largest share. Most of that is retail trade. That includes the fact that we've got, Walmarts and Targets and Hannafords and all of those sort of large retailers. But we also have big portions of our state that are very tourism dependent, and so have a lot of sort of small scale retail catering to tourism as well. So that shows up in that largest sector. Next to that is healthcare and social assistance. So lots of employment in that sector. You can see that sort of the dip, and then we're starting to recover from that. Government is next. Government, I will point out, includes federal, state, local, and public education. So K through 12, university system, community college system, all of that gets captured in this government sector, which is why it is so large. Next to that is professional and business services. And remember I said, we saw how much that's been increasing. That actually, if you look at 2019, the first bar in my series here, that's light blue. Professional and business services and leisure and hospitality were pretty much the same. And then leisure and hospitality was really hard hit during the pandemic, so saw a big decrease. It's been regaining employment since then, but professional and business services has been growing straight through. And so they swapped the order that they were in terms of the relative size. And the sort of dashed orange lines there are the projections for 2032 from the Department of Labor. And you'll notice that that gap persists. So the expectation is that we saw that sort of that change in which sector was larger. But then if you look at the other sectors, for the most part, that order doesn't change in the projections going forward. So wage, income, and inflation changes. Of course, during the pandemic period, when we had very low inflation, a lot of demand for workers, and a lot of low wage workers in leisure and hospitality and healthcare who weren't in their positions, we saw a very sharp increase in wages. If you look at the blue line first, that's current dollars, so it's not adjusted for inflation. You can see it looks like sort of a general upward trend, and when the pandemic hit and it really took off. And if you look at the orange line, that's after you adjust for inflation. So for a long period, we were just keeping pace with inflation. And then we started to nudge upward. Pre-pandemic, inflation was very, very low, and there was upward pressure on wages from that diminishing labor force. And then a sharp uptick at the start of the pandemic, and then inflation really took off. And so even though wage gains have been very, very strong, we've been just keeping pace with inflation. Now, the fact that inflation has been as high as it has been and we've managed to keep pace with that in wages is impressive. But you can see it's sort of, we're back to that straight line there. I want to talk briefly about components of personal income, because this is actually another place where demographics show up. So if you look at Maine as a whole, and so this is total personal income. The state as a whole at the top, Maine, about 42% of total personal income comes from wages and salaries, 22% from personal current transfer receipts, which is not a very helpful title, but is essentially money that gets transferred from a government to or on behalf of an individual. So think Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, that's the bulk of it. Unemployment insurance, during the pandemic, those stimulus checks that went out, some PPP showed up there. There were all sorts of other things that showed up there. Veterans benefits, income maintenance benefits, any of that other stuff shows up in that. 18.8% dividends, interest, and rent, 9.8% the benefits package essentially that goes with this wage and salary, and then 7.2% for financing. If you look at Waldo County, there's a larger share of the personal current transfer receipts, smaller share of wages and salaries. Saginaw County, pretty close to the state as a whole, slightly larger share of dividends, interest, and rent. Lincoln County, actually, wages and salary is not the largest component of personal income in Lincoln County. It's dividends, interest, and rent. So this is a retired community, and it's a wealthier retired community. Compared to if I were to show you that for Piscataquis County, which remember was the other oldest county, they have a much higher share of transfer receipts because they're retired, but they're not as wealthy. And so they're collecting more Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid than they are sort of investment income. And then Knox County down at the bottom, again, lower share of wages and salaries, higher share of dividends, interest, and rent. So as the population ages, you're seeing less income in wages and salaries and more income in transfer receipts and dividends, interest, and rent. The forecast, again, coming from the Consensus Economic Forecasting Commission, for growth in total personal income and total wages and salaries, it's really sort of a return to normal. So we had seen during the pandemic really high increases in total personal income when transfer receipts grew so much, and we had wage and salary growth. These are adjusted for inflation, by the way. So when you see 2022, it's an unwinding of those federal packages plus the high inflation. 2023, sort of back to higher growth, coming out of all of those declines. We've unwound the declines essentially. And then we've seen this forecast of returning back to what is sort of a more normal 2% growth overall. I want to talk about inflation. And if you look at the line first, that dark black line that's running through there, that is CPI, all items. And so you can see the period here from the start of the early days of the pandemic when inflation was basically zero, all the way up to June of 2022, when inflation peaked finally, and then started to come down again and sort of stalled a bit. It's now started to come down a little bit more, still above the Fed's 2% target that they aim for. But you can see the mix of components. And you can see during a lot of that period of the peak inflation, it really was mixed. Inflation was not coming from sort of one source. it was coming from all sources. But more recently, if you look at the past year or so, the real source of inflation has been coming from shelter. Shelter prices, housing prices, rent prices have been driving overall inflation. So the Fed's been trying to bring inflation down. They were raising rates when inflation was really high. The past two meetings, they've cut rates. So right now, their current target range, 5.5 to 4.5 to 4.75%. If you look at their projection from the September meeting for 2024, it was 4.4%. There's discussion about whether the Fed's going to cut rates again in December. They might not. They're looking at the data to see what it looks like. Their projection for 2025 was 3.4%, so implying further reductions next year. December, they will update these. I'm going to be really interested to see what the projections look like from their December meeting. They are still, I listened to Jerome Powell's comments at the last meeting related to election outcomes and whether they're thinking about that. And he said, you know, until we see policies enacted, we're not in the business of making guesses. So they're gonna wait and see what happens on that front to see what ends up happening with inflation and with their interest rates. So consumer price index forecast from the CEFC, Consensus Economic Forecasting Commission. They did not change this at their last meeting either. You can see running just a little bit above 2.2%. So coming down, but staying at levels that are higher than what we saw in the decade or so leading into the pandemic. Outlook, and then I will wrap up because I don't know what time it is and I'm running out of time. So I'm going to talk about consumer sentiment as the first thing I talk about in the outlook, because one of the things that you can think about is the fact that the economy is driven by people making decisions. And so how people are feeling is going to influence what decisions they make. So this can be sort of a leading indicator for economic activity. Both the consumer sentiment index, which is in the blue there, and the small business optimism index, which is in orange, are below their pre-pandemic levels. We have seen some upward movement on both of them more recently. Consumer sentiment has been doing this 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing for a while now. A little more consistent upward movement in the past 6 months or so. Inflation really has been the story behind this. All of that cumulative inflation, even though inflation rates have come down, really is weighing on consumer sentiment. And so this is sort of, if you were to match this, flip it around and match it against the inflation chart, it looks very similar in terms of that up and down, but still not quite where it was before. Uncertainty on the small business front was very, very high in pre-election. That is normal. There's always a ton of uncertainty going into elections. And then regardless of the outcome after elections, people at least know sort of what they're facing and have a better sense of how they're going to adjust their business to match what they expect the policies to be. I wanted to very briefly just talk about some of the key assumptions that came out of that November CEFC report. The assumptions really are sort of what the CEFC members were looking at to help formulate their forecast. This is a ton of text and I'm not going to read it all to you, but to sum up, yep, demographics, we're still paying attention. It's going to be really hard to overcome the retirements of the baby boom generation. Hopefully we'll keep seeing in-migration. We might also be looking at the needs for some productivity gains. So some of that may be replacing workers with technology solutions instead. Housing, still an issue, not an easy fix. It takes time to come up with solutions for that. Absent any unexpected cuts, and that's an important part of that sentence, Maine will continue to see impacts of large federally funded infrastructure programs throughout the duration of the forecast. So there was a lot of federal money that came into the state. And while sometimes it feels like all of that is in the past, because, you know, it was like 3 years ago, but a lot of that funding is ongoing and still going to be flowing through the economy. The Federal Reserve is expected to continue to sort of move inflation to target rates. Hopefully interest rates will continue to come down, assuming inflation continues to come down. Geopolitical tensions remain elevated, continue to pose a negative risk to the forecast. There's a lot going on globally right now. And they've added sort of a longer term piece here. They're saying we don't have any real sense yet, but we do know climate change is going to be affecting the forecast and the economy, especially the hospitality sector. And so we're keeping an eye on that. So to wrap up, the Mid-Coast region as a whole tends to be a little older, a little less diverse than the state as a whole. And keep in mind that the demographics flow through to other aspects of the economy in terms of what people are doing in terms of work, whether people are receiving wage and salary income or some other kind of income, what sectors might be more in demand in terms of healthcare, hospitality. Migration has been challenged in some parts of the region by the housing availability and affordability piece. Hopefully, as we continue to see more supply come online and we see hopefully mortgage rates and prices come down, some of this will ease. Employment growth is hindered by the limited labor force. You gotta have people to add jobs. Increased labor force participation among people who are already working, maybe staying later in the labor force or coming back to work if they've retired and they're born a few years in. Continued in-migration of younger populations, increased productivity. Those are all some possible solutions. It's going to be a mix. It's going to be a little of everything. There's not going to be one thing we can do that is going to help solve this. Economic uncertainty remains elevated, especially with that geopolitical upheaval and a change in the White House. There are a lot of potential policy changes. Until we start to actually see them, it's really hard to know what is going to actually happen in the economy. We do, as a state, have a robust budget stabilization fund. It's running around $900 million. That provides a very important cushion so that if there are revenue shortfalls or some sort of a downturn, the governor or the legislature have time to make changes in a thoughtful manner instead of just having to sort of slash everything left and right. And the last thing I want to end with, Maine, after many, many years of hoping and wishing for such a thing, actually saw an upgrade in its bond rating. This was ridiculously exciting to those of us nerds who get excited about this kind of stuff. And they cited our sustained financial improvements and strong fiscal governance in that rating increase. So that was very, very exciting to receive back earlier in the year. So that was a whole heck of a lot of data for first thing in the morning. Thank you for bearing with me. We put a lot of stuff out on our website, so I've put the link to that up here. We do try to post presentation slides, so at some point, hopefully these will be up there. We do a monthly economic indicators report. We have a newly set up newsletter sign up system. So if you're interested, sign up. We're still adjusting to that, so the pace of posting might be a little bit slow, but if you're interested in seeing what we're doing, please check it out and feel free to send me an email at some point if you have questions or if there's some data you're looking for that we can help with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That was really, really wonderful. And your timing intuition was perfect as well, because we have about 10 to 15 minutes for questions too, if there are questions from the audience. Yeah, what's that?
Amanda, you mentioned the 900 million in the budget surplus.
It's budget stabilization.
Yep. How much is that as a percent of the annual?
So the budget stabilization fund is capped at, I think it's 18% of the prior year's general fund. So it's pretty close to that. There was some money that was transferred out for housing related, I think it was. But it's very, very close to that maximum, which is terrific. That's been a really important piece. Yeah.
Another
Okay, follow up and then I'll come over here.
pyramid. What's an ideal pyramid for the same economy? You talked about the 1950s, it was like a pyramid, and now it's upside down. Is it more like a box?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say that, there may not be an ideal pyramid. I think it's a matter of thinking about how are people in different phases of that pyramid engaging with the larger economy. Because you do want to have a future workforce, and so you do want to have sort of a good sized chunk at the bottom, but maybe it is a box. You want a reasonable size in the middle. And then you want to make sure that the folks who are up at the upper end are staying engaged. It fluctuates over time as you get sort of different generational bulges moving through. The US doesn't look like a box either, but it doesn't look like sort of the upside down thing that Maine has either. So that's, it's an interesting question. I think it is sort of a helpful tool for thinking about what some of the challenges might be in other parts of the economy. It's not something you can sort of easily control. So it's hard to sort of think about whether you'd want to target an ideal shape for that.
Knowing the shape helps you develop policy that can
Yes.
encourage the type of economy you want to see.
Yep, definitely. There's one over here, yeah.
My question relates to population and workforce activity. In addition to concern about housing that is diminishing in migration and other sources of population increasing, what kind of things is the state thinking of to increase population growth of a workforce age people?
Yeah, so one of the real challenges is that Maine is not the only place that is facing this challenge. And so we are competing with pretty much everybody else. So we've been sort of ahead of the game a little bit in terms of our aging population and trying to think about how do we structure the state in a way that is amenable to people moving in. Because at the state level, that's the best you can do, is sort of make sure that you have an environment that is welcoming and makes it easy for people to move in. So you want to think about what are the barriers preventing people from moving in and try to get rid of those barriers. So things like housing, childcare, healthcare, other sort of social and physical infrastructure aspects. Try to do what you can around those. But Northern New England is the same way. A lot of the rest of the US is moving into that situation. And a lot of the rest of the country is moving into this, the rest of the globe is moving into this situation where there are a lot of other countries that are facing the same shrinking workforce, growing older population, and trying to figure out how to attract people. So, I think it really is continuing to do some of what we've already done, which is think about, okay, what are those barriers? How do we remove them? And then really do our best to make sure that when there are people who are moving here, we had a great opportunity with a lot of people moving in during the pandemic. What do we do to make sure that they can stay here? And not sort of have them have to leave again because there's some shortfall somewhere. Yeah. Yes.
On your slide that showed where the income was coming from. The last item on that in yellow was
Proprietor's income.
And
Yep.
Knox County seemed to be a higher percentage than what is included in that.
So proprietor's income, you can think of it as self-employment income. So if you have a larger share of the population that's deriving income, and it gets a little complicated in terms of like how you're filing your self-employment income, how you're structured. But essentially it's self-employment income. Along the coast, there tend to be higher shares. A lot of the fishing related industries tend to fall within that. And so there tends to be a higher share.
And
for those.
non-retail. So you're saying non-retail, because retail was included in the first category.
Well, this is less about industries and more about where the income is coming from as a source. So if you're a self-employed retailer, you'd show up in that proprietor's income. But if you're working for a retail store and getting a wage and salary from it, then that would show up in the wage and salary bin. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So you talked about Maine wages keeping pace with the rate of inflation, but are Maine wages keeping pace with the actual cumulative inflation? And I'm talking about inflation in all categories. Like, are their wages keeping up with the cost of housing?
No.
So if you look at that total, average wage per job, that's adjusted for total inflation. So that has been keeping up with overall inflation. Now, that is a very broad measure. It's total for the state. So at an individual level, certainly that may or may not be keeping up. And depending on what your particular circumstances are in terms of renting or owning a home or the kinds of purchases you make, in each individual situation, their wages may or may not be keeping up with inflation. But as a whole, yes, the average wage per job has kept up with that total inflation line.
Amanda, two questions. Thanks for the presentation. It's really good.
That's totally unbiased.
The manufacturing decline is now steady.
Yep.
And that's employment in manufacturing. And I'm thinking that technology is playing a huge role in it.
Absolutely.
That
Yeah.
we are mechanizing things that were never mechanized before. I've toured a lot of businesses that have gone through tremendous change over the last few years and now require a different skill set, and have fewer employees, but
Right.
Are more productive, and probably manufacturing as a source of income in gross state product is greater than it has been for a while, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and I thought I had a GDP slide in there that I think I took out because I ran out of time. So if you look at manufacturing, as for GDP, had seen a decline and then actually has seen an increase again. And I think it's the 5th largest sector, if you look at those big industry sectors in terms of the share of the state's GDP. So if you look at that GDP per job for manufacturing, it is much, much higher now than it was back in 1990, or, if you look at sort of when those declines were happening, because it's like video games in a lot of cases. It's one person who's operating a huge amount of machinery through a very sort of high-skilled computer-based piece of equipment. And so the employment that is needed is much, much lower than it was previously.
My other comment is that the professional and business component, largest component, also probably highest wage, one of the highest wage components. So that's good for GDP in the state.
Right. And that's been, if you look at, again, the GDP slide, which now I'm wishing I had in here, but you can find, if you look at some of my other presentations, it's in some of the other ones, has grown. And if you look at the growth rate for that, it's a very, very sharp increase in terms of GDP. And a lot of that is because those are high wage jobs. And that has, I think it might be second or third now in terms of GDP for the state. Yep. Oh, 4 hands all at once. Let's see, let's go in the back.
I think that chart that showed the median mortgage payment
Right,
for
yep.
the New England states. And I was just wondering, it was showing, Maine being really low. I was wondering if you took into account like the average wage for those states. So just
So
because
it's-
like Maine's pretty low.
Right.
wages are low, and how that.
Yep. Yeah, so that is based on the median home price, the median mortgage rate, and an assumption of, I think, 10% down. So it's not an affordability measure at all. So it doesn't take into account incomes, which, you know, that's why I had the previous series showing that unaffordability creeping up, because if you were just looking at that mortgage rate data compared to the other New England states, it looks like Maine's affordable, but then on the actual affordability measure, we're not doing that well because our incomes haven't been keeping up with those home price increases.
On the other states, you know, one is also having the same amount of affordability over time, all of their.
That is a good question. I have not looked at the affordability measures for other states. The data, the Maine housing data just covers Maine, so I haven't gone to try to find it for the other New England states. But certainly, if you look at income levels, Maine's income levels tend to be on the low end. Certainly Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire tend to have much higher incomes than Maine. Yep. Yeah.
And correlation of house people. What is happening?
Yeah, yeah. It's a challenging group to get good numbers on. And I am not the right person to speak to that because I'm just not as familiar with that. I know you're talking more about housing later today, but maybe they can get into that at that point.
And I did want to say, United Way, let's study of Alice.
Yes, yep.
Because, you know, when we talk about averages, it doesn't really break down like the most vulnerable people in Maine, right?
Yeah.
Who are struggling to pay for rent, you know, so maybe the upper part is doing just fine, they can afford to buy some housing costs, but those people who are really the most vulnerable in Maine are struggling.
Yeah, it is. It's always difficult, you know, if I were to get into all of the details, I'd be up here all day. So I'm sort of by necessity, I use a lot of averages, but that's a very good point that there are a lot of differentiations as you get down below that sort of top level average number. I don't know how much time I have for more questions, but I'll keep taking them until you tell me to stop.
Tonight's questions over sticking to the schedule.
Okay, great.
This is a more like a question of my total shock and seeing more of the slides. But towards the beginning of the presentation, you had a slide showing the affordability of different communities.
Mhm.
And it was totally mind-boggling to me that 85% of homes in Cumberland County aren't affordable or cannot
Yeah.
afford to be buying a home in their community. That's such a crazy high figure, and I'm kind of confused by it. So I wanted to ask what goes into the calculations or conditions to make a community seem unaffordable? And what does that context look like on the ground? Because 85% of households in the community not being able to afford to live there seems shocking to me.
Yeah, so that is a combination of home prices, incomes, and then I think it's 28% of income at the home price. The details of the math are outlined on the Maine housing website. So you can go there and you can see all the different breakdowns of it. So keep in mind that if you're already in a house, your home price can go up, but you already bought it. You've already got your mortgage there. So your income may not be changing, and your home price is going up. So you may not be able to afford it if you were to buy it today, whereas you could afford it, 5 years ago. And then the income piece is based on the income for that county. This is county data. And so you may or may not necessarily be buying a house in the county that your income is counted in, particularly if you're a second home buyer. As people come in from out of state, they're bringing their incomes with them. So that's going to raise the income in that region. But there may be a bit of a lag on that compared to the price increases for the homes. But I think the thing to keep in mind is for the counties that had a lot of existing home ownership, and Maine as a whole has very high rates of home ownership. Those price increases aren't not everybody is going out and buying their house every year. So you're sort of, your house price affordability is sort of exceeding what your income may have been, which is fine if you're staying in your home, because then you're building up some equity there. But if you want to move, that gets really tough, because then you're having to find something that's sort of not as comparable. There is another here. I'm back to
Just
you.
add the implication then for these is especially hard for first-time home buyers. As
Yes,
opposed to people who have equity and can move on.
And
Right.
for people who want to downsize.
yeah,
People who are at the end of their lives want to get smaller, so that keeps a house unavailable for
yes.
the young people. So this is the. My question was about all the investment we're making in the state on broadband and fiber optic.
Yep.
Has that been calculated into some of your projections and for the future? Either as an asset or an attraction or as an investment?
So one of the assumptions that I didn't include from the Consensus Economic Forecasting Commission is around the fact that that broadband is going to be a really important equalizer between different parts of the state, allowing people to move into some of those more rural communities. So they are definitely keeping that in mind.
For remote jobs as well, perhaps, and for,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yep.
We heard of people coming in during the pandemic that were professionals, doctors, researchers, who were going bananas on Facebook about the fact that they couldn't download all of the data because none of it had capacity.
Yep.
Where we were, and
Yep.
those are high-end jobs and high, earners.
Right, right.
Um,
Yes.
And my observation, we have a lot of pressures right now on housing, not enough employees to move in here because there isn't enough housing. It looks like from your chart, from the upside down pyramid,
I know where you're going
that
with
those
this.
pressures are gonna go away. We have
Yeah.
a double whammy in Maine because we're all old, but all those hippies that moved here in the 60s and 70s are of that generation. And so
Yeah.
in 20 years, that bubble is gonna go away. All of a sudden, the percentage of people who are here who work are now going to improve because all those younger people are in the workforce as opposed to us old timers are going to be gone. So we're obsessing about something that may not be as much of a problem in 10 or 15 or 20 years as we think it is right now.
Yeah, I think it's very much a timing issue, because we're gonna have a totally different problem in 20 years' time, for sure. But right now, it's we would like people to be moving here. And the fact that there's gonna be housing available in 15 years for them is not really helpful right now. So, yes, longer term, it's gonna be a very different challenge. And that's why we do some of these projections, thinking ahead. But at the same time, there are today's challenges, which still we've got to figure out how to solve them in a way that doesn't exacerbate challenges down the line.
It helps our businesses recruit.
Yep.
They're dying for staff.
Yeah.
Just to add on to that, I think if you also look at the quality of housing stock,
Yeah, it's terrible.
it's pretty bad, and part of the housing crisis is there's not enough housing being produced, and so that housing stock isn't being replaced. So even if, a large portion of the population dies off in 15 to 20 years, what's the condition of the housing stock that they're leaving behind? If it's all unlivable, then the issue still remains.
And geographically, is it in the locations where people want to be moving to? Oh, we're over here.
So we go here and then here.
One issue that we're seeing in Waldo County is when people come from out of state, they're paying cash for houses.
Yeah,
And it's,
yeah.
and if you've got somebody, we said in Montville that the young couple wants to buy something and they're trying to finance it, someone else comes and says, I'll throw another 30,000 at it. We had a house that got 16 bids in one day last week.
Yeah.
And it went 75,000 over the listing price.
It's insane.
Anything in the 300,000 to 400,000 is gone within a day.
And that's that, Maine is still, even though it's eye-popping to those of us who've been here, it is still affordable for people coming from other places. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on the gentleman's question over there. Not so much on housing, but on labor. Is that my understanding, the projected shortfall is based on like the jobs that are gonna be in the economy, say 5 years from now, not versus what's here now, because that is not to geek out economically here, but that sort of plays into the lump of labor fallacy, that there's a fixed number of jobs, and it's a dynamic number that's gonna be bigger because of growth and because of dynamism, like 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. So it's not the, demography, changing demography is not gonna get us out of this problem.
Well, and I think that, the thing to keep in mind is that there's the supply of labor component, there's the demand for labor component, and a piece of that is related to the productivity. And so that's, I think one of the things that, I think I mentioned a couple of times, but the idea that we're gonna have to be really good about figuring out where we can either supplement labor with technology or replace labor with technology. And it's not a matter of, well, if the robots are coming to steal our jobs, there's nobody to do this job. We have to figure out a different way to do it. So I think that it's a sort of different way to think about that technology piece. But it's a balancing act between all of those different pieces. And, you continue to have people move in, well, that, they're filling jobs, great, but they're bringing demand for jobs too, because they want goods and services. So it's lots of different moving pieces. For
Will
sure.
those robots in housing? Yeah, I live in Lincoln County. If demographics is that to me, you said we were the least affordable, least diverse, oldest county, oldest state. Way to be prosecuted. Any advice?
Yeah, advice. Well, I mean, I think thinking through some of these shifts that are gonna be coming down the line, because we just talked about the fact that because that bulge of the population in the next 20-ish years is gonna be moving further and further up and then eventually out of that population pyramid entirely. That's gonna give you a very different picture of who your population is in the future, and trying to make sure that there are ways for people to move into the region. It's, I don't have I wish I could give you like, here is the toolkit for what you need to do.
Future, but we're just thinking about the next 10 years, 20 years. I mean,
Yeah.
all these people need healthcare. New places to
Yes.
live.
Yeah,
They need people in healthcare.
Yeah.
That's just all.
right. I will say that thinking regionally maybe makes you feel a little bit better, because Lincoln County there aren't like, walls around Lincoln County keeping people from moving in and out, either for jobs or for care or other services. So
the more that you can sort of think about some regional challenges and regional solutions, that maybe gives you a little bit of hope because you can sort of think, okay, it's not just us. We've got some neighbors that we can rely on too. And hopefully we can come up with some ways that we can all come out better in the end, because everybody is facing similar problems. You just might be a little bit ahead on some of those.
That's a really, really good note to end on too.
Okay, great.
We're thinking about regional challenges and regional solutions and regional changes that have happened in the past and are, you know, continuing to change in the future. So thank you so much. This is really. So we'll take, we're just gonna take a 10-minute break. It's 10 now. We'll come back at 10:20 for our next panel. Yeah, and don't forget, as that.
That was.
I'll say it.
I hope we're able to solve the remote for data at some point in time.
Yeah. For the doors. But learning how to talk about it is really important for our mid-coast communities as we face challenges like more extreme storms, more flooding, tick-borne illnesses, and like a drought like we're in right now, right? But don't worry, this is not going to be a doom and gloom kind of presentation. We're here to talk about how to have productive conversations where everyone's views can be heard so we can work together to prepare for the future. Now, the focus of our discussion this morning is going to be on how to explore the benefits and challenges of harnessing different perspectives for stronger community decision-making. We'll start by aligning on kind of why diverse perspectives matter even. And then we're going to get some full data on public perspectives of climate change. We have some nice pointers and examples on how to deal with some of the challenges that we face around communicating around climate. Then we have a lovely panel that we're going to invite up, and then we will also open it up to questions and comments from you all. Sound good? All right, now just to level set, okay? It's smart to plan for climate change. FEMA has numbers that show that $1 spent on disaster prevention saves $6 in future disaster costs. So this means that by investing in preventative measures like building retrofits and hazard mitigation plans can be very significant for communities in reducing their financial burdens in case of disasters, but also in the face of climate change and preparing for that. So first, why does diverse perspectives matter? Now, this is a stock photo because, you know, a lot of our communities in Maine don't have this kind of, you know, diversity visible. So when we're talking about diversity, we are looking at, you know, ethnic and racial diversity, but we're also talking about economic diversity. We're talking about political diversity. We're talking about age, diversity in ages of a group. We're talking about like long-term residents versus newcomers. So there are lots of ways to expand your diversity of the groups that you're working with. So why does this matter? Well, groups with mixed perspectives outperform homogeneous ones because they bring a wider range of ideas to the table. When people of diverse backgrounds collaborate, they're more likely to generate creative solutions that others might overlook, so sparking really unique ideas. Different perspectives also tend to speed up problem solving by offering multiple ways to approach solutions. And then finally, engaging various viewpoints builds trust and ensures broader community buy-in for investment decisions and reflect the needs and values of the whole group, not just a few voices. Another thing is that grants require, and we have noticed have started to require more, and it is like in every grant, they require robust community involvement. And so a community-driven process, which is a buzzword you hear, means involving people who are most likely affected by the project to make sure that it works for everyone.
So getting input from the community on a project before it happens helps identify what people really want. It builds trust and gets more support, right? So that you don't end up with something at the end that maybe you haven't vetted enough with your community and people can come in and say like, yeah, no, thank you. Like, that's a lot of time wasted and not a good outcome, right? So if you can show a record of small community involvement in your application, you're more likely to get funded. Because funders are looking to see that everyone's voice is heard. So really, like, get this practice going early and often, get into the habit of it. Now I'm going to turn it over to Charlotte Nutt, our GIS specialist and data guru, on some data on perceptions of climate change.
Thanks so much, Meg. No, it's great to kind of set the stage, and I love to do that with data, even when it comes to things like communication, which you wouldn't necessarily think is a really necessarily a data-driven topic, but it really can be. I wanted to, just kind of highlight some of the perceptions about climate change through different people with different backgrounds and in different regions, and think about, who's worrying about climate change, and does that worry translate into making climate change a priority? So there's a lot to think about, and luckily, Yale Climate Communications is programmed through Yale, that they conduct surveys every year, multiple times a year, to get data on what people are thinking about in terms of climate change, climate perceptions. So we're gonna kind of start broad here at the top. The percentage of people who think that global warming is happening. In the mid-coast region, and in Maine, it's hovering around 76%. And then that's slightly higher than the US at around 72%. You can think that global warming is happening, but not be worried about it, or be worried about it. So the people who are worried about it drops down in the mid-coast region to about 65 to 70%, which again is slightly higher than in Maine, which sits at around 64%. And then that's again higher than in the US, which is around 62. So then for those who are worried about climate change, should it actually be a priority? Those same people may have different worries, and those other worries could be the priority instead. So it's 56 to 61% in the mid-coast region think that it should be a priority for the next president and Congress. This is recent data, so it's from the spring of this year. So that, 55 to 60% is kind of correlates with Maine and the United States. But then a lot of us are involved in our local communities. And so the percentage of, I wanted to understand the percentage of people who think that local officials should do more to address global warming. And that is kind of interestingly matches the presidential figures. I personally would have thought that would have been a lower number than the president, than it being the priority for the president. But I think that's a really interesting piece of it, is that local officials can really take some action. So looking at, the perception by political ideology as well, we have a high, and this is worried, this isn't prioritizing, keep in mind, which are, two separate. But the percentage of people who are worried about climate change it's higher among more liberal populations, and it really just gradually drops off into the more conservative populations as well. So looking at climate change in the context of Phaup issues, and again, this is from this year, from the Pew Research Center. It was conducted at the end of August, early September. And there's all these issues that are very important that people, are worried about and prioritize. This is a prioritizing list. Climate change is on this list. It's at the bottom of the top priorities.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is this national or?
This is
local?
national. Yep, this is national. Yeah. The last slide was also national. So the other thing to note is that it has one of the widest gaps as well. So it's not only lowest, but it has it's one of the most polarized issues along with immigration. The other thing that I think is really interesting about this, however, is that so much of the other topics are wrapped up in climate change too. It affects the economy, it affects healthcare, it affects so, it's such a multifaceted topic that I think when you say climate change, it can feel a little bit imperceptible, whereas when you say the economy, people understand that more. And so something that I'm thinking about and we're all thinking about with communications is it relates directly, even though it's at the bottom of this list, it relates directly to the item at the top of the list. So even zooming out a little bit more, I don't often give, national or global data, but I wanted to put the United States in the context of, the greater global perceptions of climate change. So this is again worry about climate change, not priority. But we see that the US is quite at the bottom there. There are many other countries, most other countries who are less or who are more worried about climate change. However, if you look at the darker blue, that's very worried. It's currently sorted by the darker blue and the lighter blue combined. So as long as you're at least somewhat worried, that's how it's sorted. If you actually sorted this from the darker blue, US would jump up. There's quite a few people who are quite worried. On the flip side, if you sorted it from the darker red, where people who are not worried at all, it would even drop lower, meaning that it's a more polarized, climate change is a more polarized topic within the United States than in other countries. So, and then similarly, we've got this chart, thinking about if it's going to be personally harmful, because you can worry about climate change, you can think it's a priority, or you can think it's going to be personally harmful. They're all somewhat separate. And again, the United States is lower on that list, but those same trends do exist. If you were to take, the 19% who really think a great deal, it would be a great deal personally harmful, that would jump up. But then we're up to 21% think it won't be harmful at all, which is actually the highest of all of the countries there. So it really shows there's some stark differences in ideology, and that communication is really important. So some key takeaways from the data. There's a difference between, worrying and prioritizing it. It may be difficult to prioritize climate change against other issues, against the economy. And so I think it's, really about kind of framing, even certain, subsections of addressing climate change within these other priorities that have risen to the top. There's stark differences across political ideology, and within the global context, the US is relatively unconcerned and relatively polarized. So I do not mean to paint a dark picture. I actually see this data and I feel very hopeful. We have a lot of people who really prioritize certain, aspects that affect them. Climate change is a priority for many people. And then other things are also priorities that need to be addressed as well. And so, we're all sort of thinking regionally and, working together through so much. So I wanted to pass it back over to Meg, who can talk about some work that we've been doing and Meg's been spearheading in the communities that really, will highlight that.
Okay, overcoming challenges. I would like to offer this Connecting on Climate, a guide to effective climate change communication. Betty said, write that down and Google it. You can download this guide. It is terrific. It's full of strategies, actions, examples on ways that communities can communicate about climate change. it's a lot. So I'm just gonna focus on three things here. Putting yourself in your audience's shoes, channeling the power of groups, and emphasizing solutions and benefits. So these are all things that this guide is saying, these things will help you communicate about climate. So putting yourself in your audience's shoes. Well, the first thing to really understand is to understand core values of your audience. So people care about different things, right? You know, when you're, it can be like fairness or protecting your family. So when you're talking about climate change, it helps to connect the issue to the values that matter most to your audience. So for example, someone who values hard work might care more about how climate change, climate solutions, I want to say actually, can create new jobs. Secondly, align your messages to the audience's beliefs. Not everyone sees the world in the same way, right? So it would be important to match your message to what the audience already believes. So if someone cares about independence, they might connect with how renewable energy can help people be less dependent on big power companies. Also, consider identity. People's identity, like being a parent or being a logger, right, affect how they see climate change. So if you remind a parent how social climate solutions can make the world safer for their kids, they may be more open to support those kinds of ideas. Channel the power groups. This one is huge, right? People think differently in groups. When people are part of a group, they often make decisions that benefit the whole group and not just themselves. So for example, a business association, they might be wanting to, plan and, have a big community tree planting event. And so, those efforts not only help raise the visibility for their business group and their businesses, but it helps the community at large. So think teamwork, with established teams. You can also use social groups to spread ideas. Like people trust the groups that they're part of, like churches, for example. So if these groups talk about climate action, their members are more likely to be involved or get involved because they feel connected to the group and the way they feel connected to the message, which may be, being a framework different than you would potentially talk about, but very valid and potentially great partners. And also, of course, work with group leaders. Leaders like local, yes, this is a good one actually though. Your local ATV chapter, people love the outdoors, they care about the environment, those are great people to be aligning with. So, you can't connect with every single person out there, but connect with the leaders because they are connected and you can really get your network going. So. And finally, emphasize solutions and benefits. So focusing on what can be done and not just the problems, right? Because people can feel really overwhelmed when they hear how big the problem is. But highlighting solutions like renewable energy and energy efficiency, can make the issue feel more manageable and give people hope and direction. Highlighting, whoops, sorry. Is this a touch screen? Okay, that's all right. I'm gonna go off the top of my head now. Okay, so highlighting personal and community benefits. Climate solutions don't just help the planet, they can make life better for people. So for example, initiating a solar community solar project can support good jobs, improving air quality, and lowering energy bills. So showing these kinds of benefits makes climate action feel more worthwhile and actually very practical. And finally, show how solutions align with the audience values. If you're working with somebody who values, well, I already did that, clean energy and jobs, I would just move forward. What is that? Okay, but let's get real for a second, because, what about people who think that climate change is a hoax, right? Well, addressing climate change skeptics requires thoughtful, empathetic, and strategic approaches. So here's some key ideas about it. Avoid, acknowledge their concerns, show you understand where they're coming from, because understanding them can potentially make them open to understanding where you're coming from. Avoid direct arguments. I think everybody knows you're not going to change anybody's mind. So that it's more about aligning with that energy for more solutions. Find common ground. There is a lot of common ground, especially on, as Charlotte was saying, issues of, climate does come into housing and conservation and, all kinds of different ways that you can weave climate into a conversation without saying climate change. And use local and personal examples. Like, the global issue can be discounted, but if you're seeing a lot less snow, a lot warmer winters, a lot less ice when you want to go ice fishing or skiing or whatever you want to do to recreate outside, I think people can acknowledge, because that's what we are actually experiencing in Maine. So now for a real world example. There's St. George, which is a lovely community in Mid-Coast Maine. It's in Knox County. Beautiful fishing village, lots of nice people. I happen to live there, so it's great. So the population there is about 2,600, and about 48% of working adults are associated with marine-related jobs. So sea level rise, storm surge, all very key issues for the town. And this is what a typical community workshop looks like. They're lovely. I love the people. But I will say in this particular group, there were probably one or two people representing the marine industries. And I think that those are really important voices to have in all of our conversations. So we tried a different approach. We were working on a working waterfront vulnerability assessment. And we decided that we really needed to engage these folks. And fishermen can be notoriously hard to engage. They're hard to get into meetings. They're always out there on the water. So what do you do? So we hosted a working waterfront forum in January with the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association, where we had folks who fish, lobster, oyster, and grow kelp. And we invited them to come and talk about their experiences, and we invited the community to come and listen. It attracted a different crowd. It was a smaller crowd, but I would say 25 to 30% of the audience were made up of people in the fishing industry, because it was about them and for them. So gave them a place to say what was going on. The discussion focused on economics, making a living, some regulatory things, and also environment, fish stocks. But, lo and behold, there was a really lively discussion on climate change. Climate change, one guy got up and said, hey, he's a lobsterman, he said, climate change, we've seen this writing on the wall for 10 years now. It's really time we did something about that. So there was, it came up, and it was a really nice forum. And I think we talked to people, we got their experiences, and we were able to then bring those into solutions that we recommended. So to recap, we've been talking about how to engage a broad array of community members in climate conversation, because it leads to better decision-making, garners more community buy-in, and brings more funding to your projects. The data, though, shows how challenging that can be, especially because there are divides on whether people are worried about it, whether they think it's going to affect them, or it's an issue, it's an important issue or not, against other issues. So, and that's especially across political divides. And finally, we're offering some guidance on connecting on climate, and overcoming some of the challenges. So again, download this guide, it's really good. So now we are going to bring up some panel members and we're going to open things up for discussion. Thank you. Can you help with this?
We're saving a water bottle. Dropping cords. Okay. There we go.
Thank you.
So I'm joined today by Scott. Esancy. He's the vice chair of the Appleton Select Board. We have Amy Winston from Coastal Enterprise Incorporated for emphasis on state policy. We have Allison Hepler, Marine Resources Committee House Chair and in the legislature, and Woolwich Select Board Chair. So please, and we have Charlotte Nutt, Haley, Dr. Early. So please welcome them to the panel. We're going to start with some introductions, and then we'll go into kind of more discussion. So Scott, would you like to start and just tell us a little bit about Appleton, your community, and what you do there as a select board?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Scott Esancy. Meg said I'm one of 5 select board members in the town of Appleton. I only have like 4 minutes. I could take 4 hours or 4 days to tell you everything cool about Appleton, but I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. When it comes to climate change, when they asked me to be on the panel, I was trying to think what we do in Appleton to address climate change and how we feel about climate change. Well, to be quite honest with you, we rarely talk about it unless it has something to do with how much it costs to live. Recently, in the last few years, we've been facing the challenge of repairing a lot of our roads that have been devastated by storms that no one that has lived in the town for years can ever remember, experiencing. This Halloween storm of 2021 caused thousands of dollars worth of damage to not only our roads, but everybody in the mid-coast area. The storms of May of 23 was another storm, the Christmas storms. It's affected everyone's budget in all of these small towns. And, when I think of climate change, it's things that you can't plan for. When you put in a culvert or build a bridge, there's always that part of the application that, where the engineer stamps the 100-year possibility. But we've all seen things that are beyond that, devastation that's just incredible. I don't know if any of you had a chance to drive down Route 32 down in Pemaquid after the big storms in Christmas, but there were things that nobody had ever seen before. The bell tower on Pemaquid blown out by a wave that came over the top. It's just crazy. So anybody that thinks that climate change isn't real, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, isn't paying attention. I mean, I've lived in Maine my whole life. I was born in Rockland. other than the time I spent in the Navy. I've lived right here in the mid-coast. I'm a retired boat builder. I've been a commercial fisherman. I spent a lot of time on the water. You know, I've seen some of these storms come and, recently they're starting to get a lot worse. How are we addressing it in Appleton? Well, you know, we're budgeting more, I think, for road maintenance and repair. We're taking advantage of some of the grants that are available for heat pumps, LED lighting. You know, we're relying on FEMA to help us out with some of these road repairs and dealing with mitigation teams to help us figure out that maybe instead of a 24-inch culvert, you need a 36-inch culvert to handle some of the deluge that's ripping these roads apart. So, but it's still all about the economy. I mean,
But let me stop you there.
no,
We'll go down, that, I just wanted to kind of get an introduction to people.
sure, well, hi, everyone.
Back on the economy though.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's one call out. Thank you. So I'm Amy Winston, as I said, and I work with local enterprises on CEI. CEI is a community development financial institution. It was based in Wisconsin for a long time and moved to Brunswick, but we work statewide. We actually work outside, and our mission is to build a just and vibrant private resilient role for rural regions. I should get to say initiative, right? But for people in Maine and rural regions, we finance and advise small businesses, and we also do some financial development. We support a lot of housing. And I work on state policy. State policy is sort of like the third leg. I was trained in anthropology, so I come at some economic development work a little bit differently. I did my field work in Eastern Kentucky, where I learned a lot from local officials and local leaders, and sort of since then, transitioning between working in communities and working kind of at the state level, and feeling like I love being in the community and learning from all the local leaders and county officials. I managed the county's development office for about 9 years. It's now a regional planning office. And then I worked for the legislature, and I felt like, oh, we need systems, we need policy to support full towns, so to support people in the communities. And I work as a nonpartisan staffer in the legislature for a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure, excuse me, I staff the resources and IFW. And then I went to work for an organization in the county, the oldest supportable county. And I have been there for since coming back to Maine. I went to college. But worked for executing Mathew and social worker for the community resource council there that State County started with the first started with the offices as a way to help overtake that. And that was awesome. So I worked with small businesses and nonprofits and municipalities on it, and I worked with individuals and families as well. And really part of that, our resources to support local work and local initiatives. I did a lot of stuff that what you're talking about with groups. I'm all about participatory development, and I think that that's a real answer to building sustainable viable communities. And that's really been my interest is in rural and sustainable equitable communities. And that's what we do with science side. And state policy involved in private council, and advocating for sectors that are iconic to Maine and really important to this area, like fisheries, and childcare, without which people can't go to work, and agriculture and food systems, have a permanent safe street supply. So I feel like the work we're doing is very important at the local level, and through a partner as a community development financial institution, we partner with towns, we do things like community solar, we partner with different provide financing to businesses that feel often have access to financing and we practical assistance. And, yeah, to be engaged in the energy, in, agriculture, country, and the child care is our primary industry, and we'll talk about
So I'm Allison Hepler. I live in Woolwich. I have the honor of starting my 14th year on the Woolwich Select Board. I'm not chair, nor would I really want that job, so you're recently retired historian from University of Maine, Farmington, and lucky enough to be starting my 4th term in the House, currently chair of the committee. I also serve on agriculture, conservation, and forestry, and fisheries and wildlife, all resource committees. My district includes Aroustic, Georgetown, Pittsburgh, Woolwich, which is where I live, and West Bath. I actually had a crack at answering some of these questions literally a week before the election, where I was out knocking on doors. I got a call from someone at Windland Institute, which is sort of high school, college age kids taking a gap year. And he called me up and he said, can you have, can a student of mine follow you around? It was like, sure, job shadowing, right? And then he said, oh, can it be 2? So I had to, so we picked them up. We have 2 students in the back seat, and they wanted to talk, oh, by the way, they're interested in climate change, right? So it was a very disjointed conversation. If you've ever driven somebody around knocking on doors, right? You get asked a question, and then you get the next address, and you jump out of the car, and you come back saying, what was it we were talking about? But they asked some good questions, and I was just going to mention a couple of them, and I'd love to come back to the economy and some of the other things that you're talking about. But they asked good questions. One obvious one: what evidence of climate change used to be in your work, right? And we were in Georgetown. Georgetown has just over 1,000 people. I said 1,091 as of the 2020 census. And there's a lot of lobstermen. Quite a lobstermen there. Georgetown is based the January storms in particular, and the relief from FEMA. Building resilience is part of that, right? Learn to retreat if you need it. I actually learned about what happened down at Five Islands, which you've ever been down to the lobster co-op down there. I actually learned about that from the town administrator. Been at a meeting, I came out of the meeting, I looked at my phone, and he has sent me pictures of the cookhouse at one of the neighboring islands that had disappeared into the sea, and the wharf, the town-owned wharf at Five Islands with the boards coming up. And so that was quite a dramatic introduction. I told them that. I see actually very few climate change deniers down there, because we're seeing it in all elements of our work, just like we did in the sky. In terms of change, the other question they asked was in terms of action on this. Is it top down? What do you think is more effective? Top down change or bottom up? That was a great question, because we all know, right? It's both, right? We have lots of communities looking at Harpswell, working on its own, not waiting for the state. I'm a big believer, even on the legislature, I'm a big believer that you don't need a bill for every solution, right? You let towns work creatively as early as possible, give them some leeway. Obviously, the communities that are working with the community resilience projects, the governor's office on policy and innovation for the future, storm relief money, all of that is helped by the state. I think the state can play a big role in providing that infrastructure for resilience. I guess in closing, what I'd say, there are lots of good examples to take Georgetown, Pittsburgh, lots of them about Appleton, so in coast, as well as inland. But I sort of feel like my role as a state legislator is to get connected to the local communities, and specifically local governments, and maybe it's because of my bias as a selectman, but also to stay connected with that. I can't imagine doing this job. I mean, there's different ways, every legislator can do their job a different way, right? But for me, it's getting connected with local government, seeing what they are doing, what they're interested in, and then staying connected.
My name is Charlotte Nutt. Again, I will be here, answering questions about data and some of the communications that MCOG's done. I won't be taking up quite as much airtime because I want these three to really have the show here, but I'll just talk really briefly about some of the data work and communication work that we do at MCOG. So I host the data program. We do data on all sorts of things. If you haven't seen the data page on our website, definitely encourage you to go check it out. We do have some data on climate change. There's FEMA flood maps overlaid with our entire region. And there's been some analysis on where that actual flood region intersects with roads, culverts, other important infrastructure such as water plants or the water and sewage treatment plants in our region as well. And then they also created a buffer because we know that FEMA's not actually updating the maps as quickly as the climate is changing. So I did the extra step of creating that buffer and also looking at where the roads and other infrastructure exists within that buffer region. So there's a whole map of it. You can scroll around. If you zoom out, it kind of looks like a Christmas tree with all these pretty cool dots. So, there's definitely some data out there. We're also trying to work with the state, Maine Geolibrary, and other organizations within the state to get LiDAR data. So that's 3D data. And that would just be invaluable because you can really see where those layers interact just so much better. So hopefully we can use that to plan for the future. In terms of communication, I also send out the email notices. Maybe some of you have gotten some of those from me. If you haven't, definitely sign up for a newsletter as well. I think that's great. So, but we're always thinking about the best ways to communicate with municipalities and to support our municipalities in communicating with whoever they need to communicate with as well. That's ongoing, that's dynamic, that's shifting, and we're always thinking about it. So yeah, I just wanted to be up here to answer questions about data as well. Thank you.
So we've kind of been, trying to get at how do you get more people in on the discussion rather than just kind of the same faces that come to your meetings like that. So, what advice do you have? And anybody can hop in on this. What advice do you have for municipalities to better engage people with diverse perspectives? Mention these. I think you can kind of pick up maybe on the economy, or if there are other things. So I'm going to open it up to you all.
One of the things actually is a really good example of diverse perspectives is engage, like the example that you gave, like before. And I'm gonna talk about folks here, who have, and this is an economic issue, right? The expansion of aquaculture, right? And the changing environment and changing economy, because it's expanding across the state. And there was talk about a moratorium on aquaculture uses, which we've seen in other places in the Union Coast. And instead of implementing that, the town, and I don't know by what process, but the town actually said, why don't we form a committee, right? And so it was a committee of not just planners, right? It was fishermen, it was aquaculture farmers, it was town officials, it was a former legislator who served as House Chair of Marine Resources. And what they've been doing is sort of collectively coming up with, like, what do we want this community to look like? Again, they didn't wait for a bill from the legislature to tell them to do this. And so I think that's a really good example because you're talking about their economic livelihoods, right? Fishermen and aqua farmers, and also engaging the town because they also have to kind of sometimes be the moderator of that. And so to me, that's a really good example. And I'm sure I know that.
So you had mentioned, it being an economic issue. Want to talk a little bit more about how that is in Appleton?
Well, it is an economic issue. If you look in the past, and not that long ago, there were snowmobile dealerships in Appleton, Phaup, They were all over the place, and that was a big economic driver for our region. Not only were people selling snowmobiles, they were using them. People were coming from out of state to enjoy the trails in Washington, in Appleton and Lincolnville. You could snowmobile from your house to Greenville, and it was a big help for the economy. There were a lot of hunting lodges in the area where people would come from different parts of New England to come up and hunt here. But the big thing that's changed is there's no snow in November anymore. I remember going deer hunting in the morning and then going ice fishing in the afternoon in November. And I'm not that old. It happened. And now you're lucky to get on the ice on January 1st to go out and try to catch a salmon at Lake St. George. So it's incredible. Engaging the people in our community in Appleton, again, if it doesn't have to do with how much it costs, it's a hard one to get across. With everybody's mill rate going up, the increase in all our property taxes, the increase in costs with emergency services, education. The biggest relief that we're getting is from FEMA when it comes to the economy. And they're really being helpful when it comes to taking care of the roads that have been devastated by some of these big storms. So, getting more people aware of the importance of record keeping, taking a lot of before and after photos, documenting. We're getting so much help from Knox County Emergency Services. The mapping is incredible. They help us so much, just getting that information in place so that when things happen, because of this crazy climate change thing, it helps us go after the financial assistance that we need. So, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, our town is just now getting involved in the community resilience program out of the Edgecombe. And I think that some of, these property taxes, all of that, is definitely part of the conversation. That is definitely really fire. I mean, I think from the perspective of doing this, I have we've seen a lot of businesses that we finance really just damaged by those storms that you were talking about. The working waterfront that works that were being wiped out, and on which the existing fishery depends, as well as the diversification of of course with having economic diversification across the coast to be a little bit so I think we're looking at businesses though from a solutions perspective, like we're trying to do solar to cut the costs and to lower the footprint. And it is an economic issue across the board for folks. And I think that realization that realization is really here. And I guess I feel like it's important to also talk about resilience, but I do think the communities in this region, I just think they're so resourceful. And so I think that if we talk about resourcefulness, that is really critical. And like we said about so much happens locally. There's so much energy to maintain those activity and the way life and care in the communities. And I think that the state is there to support, and I think that in the past couple of years, the climate plan and the economic development strategy at the state level have been pretty participatory. And I think that's been really, really helpful in aligning to local and state level work, and especially given the first intellectual and ideological people. I think that that's a big takeaway for me. these are the small people that work, that are the local businesses, local news. Which is not to say that everybody needs.
Well, you know, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll kind of get off with Charlotte in your, you know, kind of looking at climate communications, is, you know, what turns people off about, what discourages people from engaging? What turns people off, you know, about being able to engage on climate change?
Yeah, I think you talked a little about it in your slides as well. I think, you know, if someone, starting an argument is never a good spot. And I think really actually the flip side of starting on common ground. You know, and something that I go back to is when we're thinking about climate change, people, it covers all these ranges of topics. You know, it's our roads, housing, economy, etc. And so if someone is, you know, doesn't really want to talk about climate change, or that rubs them the wrong way, how can you then have a conversation where figure out what they do care about, and then you think about, okay, how might climate change affect that? And you can still have a conversation about the changing climate in the future, but perhaps phrasing it in a way that's more comfortable.
One of the examples in Woolwich, if you've driven through on Route 1, there was been a lot of construction for the last couple of years. And then actually was a combination, I mean, it's spearheaded by Kennebec Estuary Land Trust, who managed to pull together all of these diverse groups and funding sources. It started out because the town had to replace a bridge up to DOT standards that was gonna cost $500,000. We don't have that, right? And so Cal's got interested in restoring a marsh upstream on the other side of Route 1, and they were able to pull in researchers. The state was actually saying, okay, well, we'll raise the level of the road, but it became, select board became sort of reluctant environmentalists, like we weren't necessarily interested in that march. And I don't think I was gonna get lots of members of the community to buy in to, oh, good, there's more water on that side, you know, easier to fall into when you drive off the road. But by tying it to, you know, getting a higher bridge there, so that road, that part of Route 1 doesn't flood. We have a stoplight in the Route 1, which I know if you're driving through there, it's not such a big deal, but, or is a big deal, but for Woolwich people, it's great. So, but tying it to things that people do care about. You live on one side of the road and you need to get your kids to school on the other side. That light is a good thing. We're getting a new boat launch. We're getting a straightening road in front of the town. And so those, you know, that also benefit climate, but people care about traveling safely. And so that's another way to think about it.
What turns people off in Appleton? Like, what would you, if you were gonna try to get everybody to come, like, what would you not say? Just be frank.
Well. I don't mean this in a bad way. I just want to preface that by saying that, but people that have lived in Maine for a long time, there are some people that can remember the Kennebec River being a brown foamy mess.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how many people can remember that, or the Androscoggin River, right? And you could, my father was a woodcutter. I'd ride up to Jay with him to dump wood off, same in Augusta, and get back right up to the Kennebec River, dump it in. And, you know, there'd be this brown foamy mess that would splash up, and there were no striped bass, of course. And it smelled bad. You could tell when you were getting close to the mills because it smelled so bad. I don't, if you didn't see it, you can't even hardly imagine what it was like driving over the river in Augusta and looking down and just seeing foam and brown and then was it musky, right?
Yep.
Clean Water Act.
Yep.
All of a sudden, after a lot of work, and a lot of legislation, and a lot of regulations, nobody likes to be regulated in the state of Maine. But you've got striped bass going all the way up, and that water is clean, and it's beautiful. So I think the thing that turns people off the most is saying that people in Maine don't care about the climate, you know? That, to me, that's a big turn on, because, and we live in a state that has been in the forefront of responsibility when it comes to the climate. And I think a lot of times we focus on the negative instead of reminding people what we've done. What we've done is incredible. It's a beautiful place. That's why everybody wants to live here, and the home prices are through the roof, you know? But, oh, it's true, right? Yeah, yeah, but it's absolutely true. So I guess to me, that's the biggest turn off, is hearing what we're not doing and maybe starting to hear what we've done. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think what the point of view of like, so every business that comes to us looking for a loan or looking for some support, we do, ask them about like sustainability or incorporating sustainable business practices and ask them about like environmentalism. And so I think that generally, if there's an operational benefit to their bottom line, they're always interested. Some are coming with a mission anyway, and that's aligned with their mission as well. So there is that, but really that that opportunity to lower their costs and make their business more viable, more sustainable. That is what they're thinking about. Like, you know, think about their business, they're thinking about making payroll, they're thinking about other stuff. So I think that, you know, while some of them are looking at climate in a big picture, you know, there's a lot of farms that are looking for low cost solar loans. We work with USDA's Rural Energy Assistance Program grant. We pay for half of that. It's, you know, a very affordable way to bring down the energy costs and bring down the energy footprint, the carbon footprint. So it's kind of like that approach is very appealing to businesses that come looking for support from us.
We have some time to, you know, hear from you guys. If there are any questions or comments, has anybody, I'll throw it out, you know, has anybody, you know, done some other activities that they felt were, you know, really successful, or are, you know, are there challenges that people are having to getting more people to participate? What do you guys?
I have someone on Zoom who put
Okay.
something in the chat.
All right, yeah.
This is from Sherry. I heard lots about how to convince people to buy into climate change and get grant money, but no real data that is real. Do you have any resources for that? I've done some research and I can find lots of info, pro and con. This presentation doesn't feel as balanced.
Can you say the question? Looking for data on what?
Just looking on data.
You speak up.
I'll just read the first part. I heard lots about how to convince people to buy into climate change and get grant money, but needing the data show that it is real. Like trying to show the data that climate change is real. That's kind of what's being asked.
Well, there's lots of data that shows it, but I think, you know, the data alone, I think there are, you know, many people who think that just the data alone is not going to convince anybody. So I think that we're not so much worrying about the data as that we're seeing disasters and experiencing them and thinking, how can our communities avoid, you know, really having that happen?
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, it's like the things that you're throwing out after a week of an outage. It's the road being washed out and not being able to get to like, you know, the next day. It's a lot of that happening. It's like a business going into a really expensive project to redevelop the mill building and then having it wiped out by the storm and not being able to close the whole timeline off of redeveloping that. That's funded with tax credits, it's funded with investments, it's funded. So many different pieces have to come together to make those projects which anchor downtown redevelopment, pencil out, that's a huge pickup. And I mean, I just saw some data, like, so a lot of what we're talking about is anecdotal, but it's experiential. And I think that a lot of people are really experiencing it. They're experiencing it in their businesses, they're experiencing it in their households and communities. But I mean, I just saw some data yesterday and I thought, oh, I should pay attention to this. I think we're talking about climate tomorrow. And it was like, how many people have died because of the heat waves? It was how many people are suffering because of the heat waves. And a lot of it was really vulnerable people in like prisons that aren't heated, migrant workers, but it's also everyday people. It's people in nursing homes, it's people alone at home. And so I think there is data. And I think that could probably be collated and shared with people that want to.
I think we're getting numb to the number of disasters that are happening in this country. For example, in 2023, there were 37 storms across the country, weather disasters that damaged over $1 billion each. In 2024, there were 28 already across our country, over $1 billion each. And it happens so frequently now. The media it ignores it. We go from crisis to crisis to crisis for attention, for people to pay attention. And it is just simply so overwhelming and everything's moving so quickly that it just gets absorbed into this flow.
Well, good. Is it time to try to utilize what you're learning from NEMA, all the information you're providing, and begin to do a data set that takes that along with experiential assessments and create a lot of really people experience?
I think it is. I really think that would be a really useful project.
Hey, Jane, you had your hand up.
I feel like this is such a tremendous challenge for the small communities represented here in time. Select board in Singapore. Very well leadership for a long time. We have a resiliency committee with MCOG and MCOG. We have this vulnerability study done. We got LIDAR data for the most vulnerable areas in the town. We're working on planning which of those, projects are our priorities in order. But it's all happening so fast. Yeah, we're gonna have climate action plan for 5% priorities. They're gonna cost us much. Boom, the January storms. Out of order, we need to be addressing things. And there's no way that a little town with 2,700 people is gonna have the money to do these things. And even with great help we've gotten from outside, the planning resources we need to help us on are just extraordinary. So I guess we are relying to a great extent on the state and federal government to provide us with money to do things, just like cleaning up the water and the rivers we don't have. And to the extent that there are legislators here, I feel like we need them to appreciate the importance of MCOG and planning resources and infrastructure dollars to make these things happen, because there's no way our little communities are going to be able to raise roads and replace all the culverts and for the millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, actually, one of the things that Amy and I both sort of landed on that while you were talking is that infrastructure
resilience mission,
infrastructure rebuilding and resilience commission that the governor put together last summer is just started to, so they have just released their interim report. And I know that, I'd be among those who say government doesn't always work swiftly, right? But one of the things, several of the things that they're thinking about in their interim report is a way to the short-term things right, is to make sure that there's money set aside in advance, right, the proactive planning piece, right, ahead of time. They also have started doing, and I just attended one, earlier last night, Sea Grant is doing a whole bunch of community conversations along the coast. And yeah, but Bill, if it hasn't been here, it'll be here, right? So I agree. I think there's got to be a lot of planning ahead of time, whether it's with the state. I'm glad to hear that FEMA was really helpful to you. FEMA was great, but didn't do a whole lot with infrastructure, but maybe it's because we just have the road damage that.
Yeah, the damage inventory is incredible, and I think that's, getting back to the data end of it, that's available to anyone. A lot of it's public knowledge. You can go to, the town of Kingfield or Rangeley or, Cutler or Millbridge and they'll, you can get the numbers on how much damage was done on any particular storm, and that's all data that you need when you apply for these FEMA loans as well, so. But you don't hear a lot about that, and that never really gets talked about, I don't think. I've been fortunate enough to be able to take rides, to Pemaquid or to Kingfield or Rangeley after some of these big storms, and it's real evident that the people that are living in communities are really facing some trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to Allison's point, like I was just going to be in that commission report too, and around year 2010, the governor's office policy and was sort of established the main office of community affairs, which I think should be a real resource to small communities. And the climate council, yeah, it's recommendations and the budget, the budget discussions are weak, but the need to pay for those and to budget for those is really, really important. And I think that's where some real advocacy is going to be very meaningful. And certainly like Maine Municipal Association can speak loudly. And pulling the stories and all of the damage. Part of the report they are talking about having like a data portal and sharing information better. And then I guess I want to come back to a comment that was made earlier. I think Amanda made it, and I think Maggie said it also, perhaps, or maybe Joan, the regional, I just feel like Eagles thing has been coming, but like, it's gonna be really important to coordinate regionally and, network together and yeah.
One of the things that, GoPIC, was put together for the community resilience project, got together, Westport Island, Woolwich, Pittsburgh, Rouseck, and Georgetown to talk about these grant proposals. Woolwich, I'll just be honest, Woolwich does not have a conservation commission to speak of, but we do now have a climate resilience committee. But one of the things that was helpful to me is something who didn't really know much about all of this stuff was what different towns were doing. And we were able to, not at that time, come up with a joint project, but we now, Georgetown and Rouseck have signed on together to do a water sufficiency, water capacity, carrying capacity grant.
Yeah, and MCOG was convening those groups together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you folks have been instrumental with that, yeah.
Because of exactly that, because of capacity. Let's just celebrate.
Yeah, partner with partner with the council government, partner with the CEDS, and there's other, Island Institute is right up there. And we all sort of know each other and we work well together. And for resources, I think they're not overly overlapped, they're fairly complementary. So like what financing we don't have, we look at the cost, we look at other people, and we look at people come to us too, like for gaps. So, yeah.
Another, just one last pitch about at the state level, because I think that's also key, it's not always fast, is permitting, and that's something that's mentioned in the interim report. Permitting for wharfs that can go higher without making it overly complicated. They're also looking at building codes, also increase.
I think we're getting kind of to the end of our time, but let's take 1, 2, 3.
So going to that building codes issue that's in the interim report, one of my concerns is that many of the towns, small towns, have a real issue with hiring and finding code enforcement officers. As I serve as the interim code enforcement officer and the town manager in my town. And the neighboring town is in the same position, and actually all the surrounding towns do not have a code enforcement officer. As those building expectations of stronger or more strengthened requirements and enforcement tied to code enforcement, we're really struggling to find people who are qualified or capable of code enforcement. I think just whoever's involved in that interim report, that needs to be communicated. And the other piece of that report is on emergency management. I will say, given the number of severe storms we've had in the last few years, I think our emergency, at least at the county level, emergency management organizations have exceeded. And the relationship they built between the utility companies, the water sewer districts, and volunteer fire departments, et cetera, has so there's, when there's a major storm, it's important to recognize that somebody will come.
Yeah, so I would also a shout out to the Benjamin County team as well. That's how I got to know the administrator. I actually felt like what I was doing was sort of like a telegraph wire, if that, I mean, sort of data reference, but, you know, connecting a resident with, SEMA, who could then communicate with FEMA, and I think that's, worked on that. I think they were trying to.
Yeah, so it's more about the, how do we plan for and prepare for and, be more resilient after a storm or before a storm, and not necessarily during a storm. Know that they're, the RE and they are really small.
So as a farmer, I look at things a little bit differently. And I'm in the Maine Farm Bureau and connected with farmers across the country. And you asked about what turns people on. I think it's unfair to assume that I think everybody wants clean air, clean water, clean soil. And they all want healthy food. They all like to see their states produce enough food for their own people and to make that possible. And I think the word climate change in itself is a bit of a turnoff because farmers plan for redundancy. And that's just part of what you do in the report owner. I read the book once that really shocked me. I was interested in the sleighing trade because I have a sleigh and I wanted to read about the 80s. But I read the 1800s how the sleigh industry went up and down and up and down. And that you could sleigh in Central Park one year and then 20 years later, it was gone. There was no more snow. And my grandfather lived to 102, so he told me about 1900s when you could go, you could take your horse and sleigh across the bottom pavement. And then there was a warming period in the 40s. So, you know, it's inevitable. Climate is going to change. So we have to prepare for that. That's a fact. And I think farmers feel threatened, just like the fishermen feel threatened. I'll give one example. I remember when the state was getting permits for sludge that comes from septic systems. And they said, yeah, you can use it, and it's safe to use it on the field. Now, they're saying, oh, you use this sludge, and you're finding out all the names of the people who applied for that, and you're shutting them down. And you're saying, we're going to buy back your land for peanuts on the dollar. And the farmers who are looking at that is extremely unfair, because first of all, the state gives it to them. They said it was safe, and instead of saying, we're going to help you fix it, because there are fungi things that can help get rid of the feedback. But instead of doing that, they've taken their land, and we're finding our land being taken for solar farms. They're out west, they have a major problem with carbon dumps. So they're saying there's too much carbon in the air, although we put carbon in our greenhouses to increase growing. Instead, they're shutting down farmers and they're tricking them and saying, okay, we're gonna put this carbon down and you're gonna lease your land, and then these farmers sign agreements, and then they find out that they've lost most of their land. Then we've got people like Bill Gates, and he's buying up a lot of our farmland and foreigners. The foreigners own 12% of farmland and forest land in the state of Maine. And we think, why is that allowed? Why isn't that kept for Maine residents? I lived in Switzerland for a while, they didn't allow people to come in and buy all the farmland, it was just not done. There's a lot going on that makes us feel very threatened, and, you know, working people are busy, and we don't have a lot of time, we don't want our time wasted. But we don't want to have so many things coming at us all the time, it seems to make no sense. And it just hurt us, and actually it hurts me, because what market charges $1,200 for a small family farm to be organically certified. And to me, it seems like, why should we have to pay for that? Organic should be normal.
Yeah.
And the stuff that's sprayed with pesticides, that's what a lot of they should have to pay. And they should have to whistle practically put in our food. So I guess that's what turns me up, and I'm on the select board too. And I'm finding that, I find that we, you know, we've got so many regulations, and so many of our taxes get filtered through so many organizations, and to get any money back, which we can barely afford, we've got to jump through all these hoops, pay all these grant writers, go through all these different groups, even, you know, we're paying MCOG. I'm thinking, if we just would tax less, and if government was simpler, if we listened to people more, and maybe did fewer things but did them well, I think we get further.
Thanks for saying all that. Yeah, that was, there's a lot there, and, yeah, I would love to, put some time, and talk about that, because I think, there's the, like, legal resources to make sure, like, protecting farmers from predatory solar companies, as opposed to, like, being able to viciously evaluate, whether or not, that's gonna be a value add to a business and another revenue stream without taking away from productive farmland. And also has to do with, like, this is my land, I can do what I want with it. And I think, like, you've actually read a lot of research coming out, I think, from the University of Maine about, like, what crops uptake, what crops don't. PFAS fund that was set up and budgeted for has the fair market value for some farms, but they're really trying to help, getting out of farming be the last possible thing. Ag solar rulemaking's happening now, and they're really trying to strike that balance with the Department of Ag saying this is what high value farmland is, and the Department of Environmental Protection, saying if you're gonna disrupt and use these sort of high value ag land, you're gonna have to pay a fee or, you know, preserve some other farmland, that's profitable in that same area. So I think there's so much going on there, and farmers are a super important contingent. The regulatory piece, I've been part of a conversation with the Agricultural Council Maine, the affiliate member. We cannot compete, CI is not competitive with all farmers. We work with farmers and do businesses, but since we're not like a membership of farmers like Farm Bureau or OMOP or Maine Farmland Trust, we're not a full voting member, but we do participate in that. And we met with the Commissioner of Agriculture this past summer to articulate the farm community's budget priorities. And there's an interest in infrastructure. There's a bill that we've been really active on to, and we've established a agriculture, food and forest products infrastructure investment fund. And that is to help farmers, yeah, and then one of those priorities also is the regulatory environment and how coming back can be certified. So yeah, I feel like you brought up a lot of stuff, and it would be great to unpack that and to talk about that. And because there are lots of people talking about it in different spaces, and I think one of the things that has been really rewarding in that sort of food system community is seeing, like, and on that bill in particular, I've never seen NAFTA, the loggers, and Farm Bureau all testifying for the same thing. Okay, and I have many people tell me that to wow, we got that to happen, and so we're all talking and we're all sharing our viewpoints and finding that overlap of what needs to help them come forward. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, last question. I'm a selectman from the town of Montville, and just like Appleton, we've had the same three storms destroy our town. We spent over, or it cost us over $250,000 to fix a few of our roads. We got $207,000 back in the fee. But one of the problems that I see is we've got codes and regulations, which I've heard in this many last few minutes, that are affecting us. We've got 3 culverts that we could replace for on the order of $20,000. But because of the dimensions, we had to call in the state engineer and he said, oh, it's gonna be $1 million to $1.5 million to fix a bridge. Your $500,000 bridge will buy it yourself. So, you know, we've got 1,050 people in the town of Montville. Our summer roads budget is on the order of $450,000. Even if we paid a third, 30% of this $1 million, that's $300,000 to fix a road, a dead end road that goes to 3 houses. It'd be cheaper for us to buy the houses and flat than it would be to fix the bridge. So we've got lots more codes, lots more regulations, unfunded mandates for state and federal. And in the last week or two, as I listened to the news, I heard about federal agencies, in particular FEMA, being gutted. And I wonder, how are we going to address some of this work that we need to do in the future? Climate change is real. People can argue about what's causing it, whether it's natural, whether it's burning oil, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's here. But how do we, as a small town, how do we come up and tell people that your property taxes can go up 30–40% because of mandates and things we have to do to be able to make the road better?
Yeah, I don't. It's gotta be a bigger thing. The storm cutting on the, did not very intense. Some of the things that were.
Yeah, well, we're really out. And I thank everybody for their participation. We're gonna be around. I thank this wonderful panel for your time and insights. Thank you very much.
Great. So up next, we're gonna have some lunch. We're gonna do a business meeting at some point during that lunch hour, and then we'll move on to our afternoon sessions as well. I do want to remind everyone, now that we've had some really wonderful discussions, to have a look at the back side of your agenda. There's some questions on there that we'd love to get your insight in, and then at the end of the day, you can leave it on the table. If you have other ideas too, just write it on there somewhere. We're gonna collect those and really have a good look at all your thoughts. So thanks so much.
Hope everybody had a great lunch and a little bit of a break moving into the afternoon here. Thank you so much for hanging on through this day. And I am Sally Costello and I work for the town of Brunswick. I'm the Director of Economic and Community Development. I'm also a board member and a member of the steering committee for the CEDS, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So I've worked with a group of individuals that are from the member organizations, and they are from a variety of areas in our region. A couple of them here today. So Jen Merrick's representing Lincoln County, Jay McCray from Harpswell. I think Misty Parker was on, I think she's still on, from the city of Bath. Of course, I represent Brunswick, and then Julie Hashem, who's not here, but she is from Rockland. She's the Director of Economic Development there. So we had sort of a wide range of us, representing different areas, working with the MCOG staff to work on our comprehensive economic development strategy. So what is a CEDS? You know, you hear all these acronyms, and I know sometimes it gets a little overwhelming, but a CEDS is a strategy-driven regional economic development plan, and it's required for all economic development districts. So, you know, we're part of MCOG, and there's GPCOG and AppCOG, and all of these economic development districts are regional, and they're not just in Maine, they're all over the country, but this is the area that we belong to, and we need to have these updated plans. And they get updated every 5 years so that we can meet EDA requirements, so that we can apply for funding, but also just so that we know where we're headed. So this current update for the Mid-Coast region is through a coordinated planning process. I think that's one of the key things that I think people need to understand, is that it's incorporating many voices. So we not only do we have a steering committee, we also have an advisory committee, and the advisory committee was made up of stakeholders, maybe or may not be within our in our membership, but they cover a lot of industries and a lot of topics, everything from transportation to transit to housing, the economy, of course, and environment. So we want to make sure that we're getting broad-based expertise so that we can, you know, incorporate that into our plan. It's really, at the end of the day, the strategic plan is not to sit on a shelf. We've heard a lot of from great people today. Amanda was wonderful, all that deep dive on the data. Of course, we know Charlotte is amazing with pulling together all this data and making sense of it. But really, all of this we want to funnel into how do we take action, and how do we come up with some objectives that we want to achieve, so get some measurable outcomes that we can work towards, right? We don't want to just talk about all the data, we want to know how to use it. So really it's to build capacity in our region, to align and leverage our collective resources, build capacity, and attract and make strategic investments. So during this process, and we've been at this about 9 months, and we still have some ways to go. We're hoping to get this submitted in June, but we have had multiple meetings with the stakeholder, which is what we're calling our advisory committee. And we've collected a lot of quantitative data, which I think that the last time we met, Charlotte presented some of the data and how we are working with that data, creating story maps and other things that can be used to really help us understand, you know, give us a baseline of the things that are happening in our region. And then we also had, as I said, the qualitative piece of this is meeting with people, the boots on the ground, the people in the industries, the people who are experiencing all of these issues and all of these opportunities that we're going to be talking about and that are going to be referred to in the plan. But during this time, a theme emerged, and it really is the CEDS is about economic resilience, but it's for our region, we really realize that it's about sustainability, and that might mean different things to different people, but we sort of knocked out these 3 areas, focus areas, that we're going to be working on with our strategic plan. So the sustainability of our businesses and workforce, the sustainability of our communities, and the sustainability of our public infrastructure and natural resources. So what is this process? I talked about it being a long process. I kind of liken this to what people go through with their comprehensive plans. I know in Brunswick, ours has been a long involved and continues to be long involved. This is a bit like that, but it's mostly around our economic resiliency. But it focuses on a whole range of issues, just like a comprehensive plan. But again, it's regional. So we first have to research the data and trends. We're really lucky to have such great resources with the state, which we can get and they distill down for us. But Charlotte just works her magic with even bringing it to life even more by putting together story maps so that we don't just see these trends. It's, well, what do these trends mean? And tell the story. So I hope you've had a chance to go to our website and really look at some of the story maps, because hopefully that's information that you can take back to your communities and help you make policy decisions and program decisions. And then we also conducted what's called the SWOT analysis. I know it's kind of an old school, but it's a requirement of the EDA. So what are our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? We did that with our advisory committee. And so we were able to kind of spot themes from that, and pair that up with the data and see where those things matched up or didn't match up. And because we all know that the quantitative data doesn't tell the whole story, right? There's a lot of, some conflicting information, and it's not that we have a big catchment area. So where something applies here, it might not apply, further in another part of our catchment area. We had, again, I talked about the advisory committee and how we sort of bounce things off of them and kind of ground truth a bit and bring in that local knowledge. And then where we are right now is that we are in the middle of developing an action plan. And that sets out the measurable objectives, and identifies corresponding strategies and specific actions. This is a pretty intense part of this. I wouldn't say we're fully through the data collection, because we're always collecting data and refining that information, but we are now drilling down on those strategies. And this subcommittee is really meeting quite often, a couple times a month for hours at a time, to really kind of package all of that we've heard and learned in this time period. And then we want to establish a process for determining the projects. You all might remember that we identify projects in the CEDS. And if you haven't been using the plan, we're hoping that it's going to be more user-friendly. And also how we identified what are the important projects for this region. We've heard a lot about the climate change and the things that we're experiencing, extreme weather. So we all know just innately what we're experiencing. We need infrastructure money, we need culvert replacements. We have a housing crisis. So all of these things that we collectively are experiencing, if we band together as a region and we go after these funds, I think we have a better shot. And this is the kind of information that we pull from to make the case. So that's really another reason for the plan. And then, of course, we need to set up a framework for evaluation. We might as well not do this if we don't evaluate how we're doing, right? Like, are we meeting these objectives? And if we're not, why? And maybe the objectives changed over this time period, because like we update this every 5 years and a lot changes in 5 years. We all know, I guess it's been a little over 5 years, but COVID hit, just upended everything. And now we have a whole host of new challenges and opportunities, I would say. Not a doomsdayer. Okay, so let's talk about those current and future challenges and opportunities. So we are incorporating those into the plan. We're not tone deaf. We know that there are things that we have to put into the plan that are not things that we can leave out of the discussion. So of course we have, changes that are post-COVID, as I mentioned. We have changes in the workforce, both in the public and private sectors, that relate to how people want to work. I think what COVID may have told us is that we value our quality of life. We have a great quality of life in Maine. How do we embrace that? And how do we make it so people can live and have other things in their life other than work, even though I think we enjoy our jobs? It makes for a more healthy, I guess, human. And so we are looking at, flexible schedules. We know that remote hasn't, changed. If anything, it's stabilized. So we have a little bit of both, and we're saying, hey, we can maybe do both of these things. Clearly Zoom, here to stay. None of us were using Zoom, but this is a new technology that actually works very well and brings people together. We have an aging workforce. So I think we think about that as being really like, wow, we're the oldest in the US. But it's a worldwide, as was mentioned today, problem. But I think when we say problem, people are living longer and they don't necessarily all want to retire. They just don't want to work a 40-hour work week. But there's still value to their knowledge. And if we can bring them back in ways that they want to work, and we can fill those, jobs that we so desperately need filled, then we should try to work that through. We've got an influx of new Mainers. So we've got some challenges there and opportunities. We've got in-migration, as they discussed. We've got people coming from out of state. That's a threat too. It's a good thing and a bad thing. We've got people coming in and buying up our properties. And so therefore, our housing prices are raising, and we're having to band together on things like that. So we've had some of those situations in Brunswick where we've had to band together with the state to make sure that people don't lose their housing when an out-of-town developer swoops in, or an out-of-town buyer, and buys something, and then suddenly they have no control over where their rents are going. So Those are things we need to think about, how we preserve our housing in that way. Emerging industries and economic opportunities, I think there is climate change and there are some changing weather patterns, but there's also some opportunities for new growth in industries. We've talked about solar, and maybe we need to think closely about where those solar panels are going. Maybe not on agricultural land, maybe on top of buildings, but there's definitely, some opportunity for growth there for other economies. And incentives and innovative technologies, I think those kind of speak for themselves, but how do we incentivize other people to come and invest in our state, in our region? And then also innovative technologies, how do we support those, right? So whether it's human capital or other funds. But I just these pictures, you can see, I grabbed this from one of Charlotte's presentations. You can see the difference of what happened to that weather event where, I'm not even sure where that is, Charlotte, or where, but clearly part of that building was taken away by a storm, if you can see that on the left-hand side. This just shows some solar panels, and then this is aquaculture, because, we do have that continuing conversation about how do we plan for the future and how do we accommodate our heritage industries, which are so important, we don't want to lose and we want to support, but we know that we've got warming waters. So aquaculture is right there as a potential industry that we can harness and get working for us. But we've got to work through a lot of issues with different parties to make sure that people don't feel pushed out, or, that we just, it's very complicated. So that's something that we want to support, but we also want to make sure that we're still supporting our heritage industries. So we're using a lot of data and trends in this report. And of course, we're leaning heavily on our great staff, and I would say Max Johnstone as well on a lot of the qualitative stuff. He is a master at sort of facilitating conversations and bringing people together. So between Charlotte and Max, we've got sort of the dream team, and then of course Mathew, who is overseeing all of this. So we have the stakeholder quality input. I won't go through all of sort of what we discovered, but we're organizing it in these different buckets, like I said, through sustainability. So we've got, this is the community sustainability bucket. So when we did our SWOT analysis, certain weaknesses and threats emerged. I don't think any of these things are probably a surprise to anyone, but we are definitely thinking things like, when we talk about our population kind of stabilizing, and we talk about our school enrollment declining, what does that mean? And do we have a shortage of daycare? Yes. So if we want to have more workers, we better figure out how to get some funding to people who are starting up or expanding their daycares. And that's been actually really difficult. We've been finding that in Brunswick, and I'm sure many of you have been finding that as well. We got to have the support networks. So it's not just the money for the physical things, but it's to support the people. That's our capital too. And then the strengths and opportunities, I think they've been gone through many times, but we can't underestimate our quality place. We got a special place here. We need to harness it. We need to do more communication, better communication around what we have to offer. I think more people will move here. I think we've seen people moving here, and maybe they're moving here and they're moving here because they want a performing asset, but we want people to move here because they want to work here, live here, add to what we've got, which is our ethos, and it's great. We've got low crime rate. Yeah, that can't be underestimated, and all the other things up on that list, which I won't go through. But anyway, we're using in this report to make it more digestible and so that you all can use it. Because again, we don't want this plan to sit on a shelf. We want you to use it. That's why we want it to be current and reflective of what you're seeing. So we have all these tools, these great story maps. We've got, different charts and things that break down the information. So you can really use it, and then certainly dive into it, and we're happy to help you with that. But it's drilled down to often our own communities. Charlotte is disaggregating information, and it's really, really impressive. So we've got that in our toolbox. This is the business sustainability. So I think we talked a lot about the threats to our commercial fisheries. With the warming waters, we've talked about local workers moving inland for affordability. I think that's interesting because we've got people moving to Waterboro, where other places, we're flat in terms of our population growth. So I think that's primarily because it's it's more affordable. So we need to think about those kinds of things. And then, let's see, seasonality issues, I think that is, that's always been there, but I think it may be a little bit more now, in terms of, aging populations, like Booth Bay is really, got an aging population. They're having a hard time getting workers. So what was a seasonality, a really successful seasonality, kind of an area for them. Now they can't always find workers even during that time. So that's becoming a real issue. And then strengths, we've got strong legacy industries, which I've mentioned, and we've got a low unemployment rate, but the low unemployment rate is a good thing, and it's not a good thing. It's a good thing that people are working, but we also have a lot of unfulfilled jobs. People need more workers, so it's because everybody's working, but we have all these jobs we can't find people for, so. Same thing, this is sustainability, using a bunch of visual depictions that'll help people get through hopefully through the report in a fun and engaging way, or just a useful way. And then the third one is the public infrastructure and natural resources. Again, some of the threats, I think we're doing a really good job now. People are experiencing it, but depicting that with visuals. My next slide is going to show you that, just that deep dive, so people really understand, like when we talk about planning, when we start to look at what the threats are, the information is going to show you. It's going to be very clear when we make recommendations to our respective councils or select boards, or, for a grant opportunity. We can use that data and those visuals to really show it. The strengths, of course, we have a strong natural amenities. And so we're seeing that we can support a lot of recreation. We just did it was a few years ago now, but we just did a market study that showed we can't support that much more retail in Brunswick. It's a fairly big town with, big job center, but we can support recreation. So that was kind of an interesting sort of understanding when that market study was done. And then we got substantial port traffic that demonstrates diverse marine economy. So how do we go about that? So this is just a depiction of sort of the deep dive and the things that MCOG does to really help us understand. So this is obviously Lincolnville Ferry, and you can see the high risk culverts, medium. I mean, it's just extremely detailed. And I think this, again, is the information that we can then take back. And as a region, when we start to evaluate which projects we got to do by looking at this real-time information in a visual way, because some people are more visual, like seeing is believing, right? So using that again to sort of tee up what we go after in terms of funding. So now, again, we're in this action plan and we're identifying the measurable objectives for making meaningful progress towards the goal. So we have this timeline in each of the actions, and it's short term, medium term, long term, and ongoing. And then what we'd like to do in our evaluation is we're planning on having a ongoing evaluation tool that's really, it's really a like a publication that we're hoping to sort of distill down what we've achieved. I have that come out every year. This may not be called this, but measures of mid-coast sustainability. So that will be how we monitor what we're doing. And if we need to make any kind of sea changes in our plan, we'll do that. It's our plan. We can change it. So. And then finally, I think people do remember that MCOG has been reaching out to identify specific projects. And I think that this process could be a little more fine-tuned. So we're looking at how maybe to streamline that a little better and have it line up with our CEDS. I know people have already started that process, so not to say that that's not already happening, but just that we may even make more improvements in working with the board and the communities to get this list that really, aligns with our current CEDS. So with that, can take any questions, although I don't think we need to do too much back and forth. If you all want to talk about any of this, we've got a couple of steering committee members, and I know we've got this whole other session. So, but if there's any questions about any of this, happy to take them. Otherwise, we can go on to
We can take one question, then we need to move on.
So is this something that's in progress?
Yes, this is in progress. So we are currently at the action plan stage. We've got some time, we've got some more work on that. But then we're gonna be bringing that back to our advisory committee again to get a gut check and a reality check about, is this lining up with what you're seeing on the ground and in your fields, respective fields and expertise? Then we'll go back to the board. Our goal is to get all of this wrapped up and submitted by June 2025. So it's a long process, like you would experience in the comp plan, but it's because it's so inclusive that you have to sort of move through all this way.
Thank you, Sally. Awesome. Yeah, so we'll move on to our next panel. We're just gonna take a minute to set up. There's no PowerPoint, so we can get MCOG staff to move back and we'll. I'll give you the there's not a lot going on in life.
Thank you, everyone. Good job. So thank you, everybody. You know, the theme today is change, the community and the challenge of change. You know, I don't always like to admit this, but this is my 40th year in Maine. I'm not original, but I have been here for 40 years. And this period in the last 3 or 4, really it started before COVID, but really cemented, as a staff here in Cummings. It's a change I haven't seen. I haven't felt, haven't experienced it. You know, I watched the changes in who owns property. I watched the changes, the positive changes in diversity, and I get nervous when communities struggle with that and push back. I look at all the small communities we work with and their struggles to just make basic budgetary commitments, and they're very real. You know, when you go out and we meet with small boards and boards of selectmen, we hear what they say and we go, no, this is expensive. 250,000 or 350,000 is a lot for small community to absorb because it goes to that tax rate, that bottom. I watched the county commissioners in 2 of the counties really struggle with what they're passing on to the communities for taxes. They feel it. And, you know, I've watched an immense amount of discussion around housing, and I think we've heard it all summed up today. And to address that change, it actually truly needs some form of action. It has to have more money. So this panel is really to talk to some experts about the change that they're experiencing in their field, the change they're experiencing in their community. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask the first question, but I'll ask you each to introduce yourself. Say a little bit about what you do, and then I'd ask you to tell us what significant changes you're seeing in your day-to-day, in your policy arena, and what those challenges and positive outcomes and negative outcomes. Maybe we'll start with you, because you're right to the left, and you have food in you.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew Lardie. I'm the executive director at Tedford Housing. We're based in Brunswick, and we are the sole homelessness agency, providing emergency shelter and homelessness prevention services between Portland and New England, or here. So Homeworthy is, of course, your local shelter, and doing a phenomenal work with my buddy Maggie at the helm. And Tedford Housing would have that whole southern Essex region out in western Cumberland County, all of Saginaw County. We do have some actually in Lincoln County. And what we do is one, homelessness prevention. So we try to help people who are at risk of losing their housing but haven't yet been evicted. That's the most efficient way to help anybody. That's not by headcount. The most impactful thing we do is homelessness prevention services. And some outreach case management as well. Second thing we do that I think we're most known for, if we're known, is offering emergency shelters. So a lot of people think that our name of our agency is Tedford House or the Tedford House. And there was a time when people named it Tedford, House, which became the Tedford Shelter. So we do have one shelter in Brunswick that is for adults, and another shelter in Brunswick that is for families. And those both serve people from all over. Actually, about a quarter of our people we have serving the shelter aren't even from the mid-coast. They just move around and looking for an option, and they have no option, right? So the homelessness prevention, emergency shelters. We also have a heating assistance program that's pretty important to us. Although that's a little bit more common, as part of the management of heating systems in the winters. And then permanent supportive housing is important for us. So we are the landlords for about 3 dozen units of housing scattered across 5. And those are all tenants paying rent who have previously experienced homelessness and have really chronic barriers to remaining stably housed. That access to case management for a long-term term in their housing. So we could easily quadruple our budget and our staffing and be very busy trying to serve region needs. And right now we're in the midst of a really exciting project that has taken a long time to get to, of expanding our 2 shelters and consolidating both those shelters along with our sort of operational staff under one roof for the first time. We've been around for almost 40 years now. So it's a nice time to have a sort of an inflection point, and hopefully some renewed ability to be ambitious. We hope to attract the investment necessary to help us serve more of the unmet need of the community. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Maggie Cummings. I am the community response coordinator for the United Way of Mixed Maine. Essentially, what the community response is United Way's way of showing up in the communities we service, so Brunswick, Hartsville, all of Winston, and all of Saginaw County, to help our service providers meet unmet and emerging needs. The 2 initiatives that I currently run are number 1, the Saginaw County Working Community Challenge, which is a cross-sector team that works to address youth hopefulness, using Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey as a proxy for that data point. And there is a workforce component. We do some youth internships, convene around what our youth need to feel at home in their community. And then also within that initiative, the Back Pride event has come out of that. So we are in year 3 of planning our local Pride event, which celebrates youth, especially queer youth, and gives them a moment to really appreciate how they exist in the community. The other initiative I run is the Brunswick New Mainers Initiative, which again, cross-sector convening primarily in the Brunswick area that works to coordinate service providers and services and address systems issues involving the community. Kind of background on that. In 2019, there was an influx of 21 families to the Brunswick area,
And then fast forward to 1 year ago, almost next month, we had an influx of 60 asylum seekers into, or 60 asylum seeking families into our community, through a commitment to provide housing. Within this, there was obviously like a huge need for these services, and we would have them in municipality. That's up to you here.
My name is Joan Phaup, and I moved to Camden 30 years ago. Mathew mentioned, you know, what changes have I seen or what we've seen. And I've witnessed a big change in the area where we had more kind of year-round office jobs in the downtown. A lot of those places that were offices are now expensive condominiums. So there's a less of a year-round business base and more of a tourism-oriented business base. So that's impacted, as we've mentioned many times here, is the increase in prices, more seasonal residents. I am past president of the Camden Rotary Club. And when I was president of the club about 4 years ago, we decided to do some strategic planning to look at our community and see how we could, as a club with an aging membership and a little less energy for running out and fixing the arch between Camden and Rockport, and a little more intellectual energy, perhaps, how could we apply, you know, our different circumstances to be something relevant. So we found out into the community and tried to figure out, well, what are the underlying issues that are, why do we, you know, have so much hunger and people lacking shelter and that sort of thing? What underlying conditions are there? And we concluded that we needed to pay attention to the economy. And then we started breaking that down into the 3 areas that everybody relates to the economy: housing, childcare, and workforce development. So we started educating ourselves and inviting speakers, and we addressed housing by teaming up with the conversations that we were having about housing mirrored what other people were talking about. And we helped establish the Mid-Coast Regional Housing Trust, which is a new organization that's looking for its first project, and it's designed to serve what we call the missing middle. The people who they earn well, but they can't afford to live anywhere near where we are. And they turn down jobs in our region for that. So we kind of took that and spun that off into a separate nonprofit. We're just a little Rotary Club. We have to be willing to grow.
You guys aren't so.
We're just a Rotary Club, you know, so we try to do what we can. And that's part of the challenge we have, is what can we do and what can't we do? So we've looked at childcare. That's also a really challenging problem. We have a great why, but we didn't feel like we, at this point, can do a lot about that other than supporting the way through grants. So that's a very systemic issue that we didn't feel we could do. So now we're looking at workforce development. We have lots of jobs that go unfilled because people don't have the skill to fill them. So we have decided to focus our efforts now on raising awareness among young people, their parents, and educators about the opportunities in our area. This is in the hope of having kids, young people think, well, you know what, I could really have a good life doing a skilled trade. And so we're just on the cusp of trying to make that happen, and maybe doing some things with schools and raising awareness around opportunities right here, right now, for jobs that will not be exported. That's what we're up to.
I'm Eddy Philson. I'm a community and transportation planner with MCOG. In terms of community planning, I mostly focus on the Waldo County region. But I'm going to be wearing my transportation planner hat today. And for that, I focus on the entire MCOG region of Brunswick up through Belfast. You know, we've been working on a bunch of transportation planning projects. We've been working with individual communities. We've been working with Montville on an unimproved roads assessment and management plan, looking at how to decrease their maintenance costs for their dirt roads. And resilience to major storms. Just started working with Thomaston on a traffic calming program to deal with cut through traffic and speeding. And I'm working with the town of Brooks on a village improvement program. So that will be taking a look at their village area and designing safety improvements and walkability improvements, specifically targeted towards making the village area more inviting. So those are some of the more specific projects that, oh, one more, Topsum. We've been working with them on their Pleasant Point Road project. They have a road that's been undermined by storms, and so looking at engineering improvements for that. But on sort of a broader scale, this past spring, I think it was, we were selected for the Thriving Communities Program, which is a US DOT federal level program. It's focuses on technical assistance, so it's not primarily funding based for us. We were selected along with a partnership team that includes Waldo Community Action Partners, their public transit group specifically, and then also Lincoln County Regional Planning Commission. So our focus has really been through in applying for that program to look for assistance, whether funding or capacity assistance with transportation planning for the Mid-Coast region. We feel that the Mid-Coast region really lacks overarching transportation plan, but struggles with a lot of transportation issues. How many communities here feel that speeding is a major issue? Raise your hand. And how about traffic congestion?
How many people saw traffic backed up from Cook's Corner onto the highway this morning coming through?
Oh, wow.
You know, it's an example of failure.
So, we also see our transportation system as being heavily reliant on, or totally dependent on personal vehicles, with not very many other transportation options. So if your car breaks down, if you don't have a license, if you have any sort of issues with owning or acquiring a personal vehicle, it's really hard to exist in the Mid-Coast. At the same time, we're older population in the Mid-Coast and continuing to grow older. So we're facing older folks who have different mobility challenges and have, different abilities when it comes to driving. So we see some real issues there. There's, of course, the pressures of tourism and how that impacts our transportation system and the seasonal fluctuations in that. So we applied to this program really wanting to dive into those issues. You may have heard from us or attended our site visit with our capacity builder team. That was back in October. We did a 2.5-day site visit. It was an absolute marathon, and for everyone that participated, it was just fantastic. We got a lot of great feedback through that. The areas that we were really focusing on, or that we are really focusing on through the Thriving Communities program, are a transit feasibility study looking at public transportation in a rural context in our region, as well as bike and pedestrian connectivity, especially to support a transit system, and then traffic pinch points. And, there are specific traffic pinch points I think we can all point out on Route 1 in particular, but we're also thinking of traffic pinch points as being areas on peninsulas that are limited by their vulnerability to flooding and storms. So we have sort of a broader definition of that, I would say. People of those three sort of focus areas, we found that people were most interested in transit feasibility study. We've just finished finalizing our work plan with USDOT. We're hoping to hear back any day about whether or not that's accepted. And we'll hopefully be moving forward with that. We do get a little bit of pass-through grant funding that I believe we're hoping to put towards this transit feasibility study that would be directly hiring a transportation engineering company to help look at what a rural public transit system could look like and how to make it work. That it's a really big challenge, so.
Hi, everybody. I'm Traci Gere. I'm a state representative. I represent the district down all of Kennebunkport, coastal Biddeford and coastal Kennebunk. So even though I'm not a mid-coast person, I think everyone sitting here today can nod and say we all face some real similar coastal issues as you all are here down in my area. I'm just starting my third term in the legislature, and I actually, in terms of what's changed, I ran for office in 2020. After, in 2018, my town did a study to say our town is becoming unaffordable. This is 2018. And our school is losing 20, 30 students a year. What is happening? And did a study that did an actual pro forma, had a developer come in or an architect come in and say, propose a home, a single family home based on current zoning and conditions as an affordable home. What's the cheapest price you can do? In 2018, you know what that price was? $350,000. That's 2018, so double, triple that at this point, and especially given land prices. So that was the wake up call very early on. And then that was one of the reasons I ran for the legislature. And I was the person waving my hand saying, hello, housing's an issue, folks. Hello. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? And slowly, as you guys heard from Amanda this morning, we've seen that red line of unaffordability crawl further and further until now it encompasses the entire state of Maine. And so, my focus, and I'm like Matt, I'm not from here originally. I've been here about 18 years in Maine. I grew up in Pittsburgh, and at a time when my first job was with the Southwestern Pennsylvania Economic Development District, at a time when the entire steel industry had collapsed. And so grew up, on Coal Valley Hill at my grandparents' house, hosing the soot from the mill out of the house every morning. So I really have such an affinity for Maine communities that have, maybe had a mill close or maybe had, basically just an industry really face some significant challenges and all of the related challenges that so many communities in Maine face. So, in terms of my work in the House, for the last 2 years, I have co-chaired the Joint Select Committee on Housing, which we hope will now in this next legislature take on a standing committee status, so we will have an ongoing focus on housing. Because if you've ever heard our committee, I give my pickle speech, which is how did we get into this pickle around housing? And I will say that not only in Maine, but across the country, we haven't had a statewide policy focus on housing and human habitat, I call it. What do humans need to live and thrive? That is on par with the focus that we put on forestry and agriculture and heritage industries and all of the other important things, and really say the human piece of this is also super, and transportation. All of these things really tie together and we need to think about them together. So I think in terms of what's changed, I think we've made some good progress. Our focus on the committee for the last 2 years has been emergency situations and making sure that we are paying attention to taking care of people in emergency housing situations, funding the creation of and preservation of affordable and attainable housing for Maine people, and then also really getting deep into the systemic and structural obstacles we face in Maine, and again, share with everyone across the country that has prevented us and is preventing us from solving this problem. And so I think we've made some great progress. We have a lot more to do, and I'm looking forward to diving into this in the next session. But I do say to everyone that I talk to about this, and I say this with love in my heart for everybody and all Maine communities, the problem so much is us. It's us because we are the ones in Maine, strong home rule state. We need to put energy and focus and all of the good things that folks up here and around the state are doing to how do we support and remove obstacles to the creation of the kinds of housing that we need. Again, you heard this morning how our population is changing. Everybody might not be able to or might not want to live in a single family home on a large lot with snow and ice and trees falling and everything that we're dealing with. That is a fundamental issue. How do we make sure that the people that we need, for those of us with some amount of gray hair, that we'll need to care for us as we get older and really support the younger people and younger families that we are starting to see move into Maine. Again, a whole set of challenges there, but also a whole set of opportunities that presents as well. And so I really just say that to encourage everyone to open your mind to really think and work with all the good people that are working on this in Mid-Coast as well, to really start to tackle these issues at the next level. And we got work to do, so.
So we're gonna stay with you, Tracy, go that next question, then come back down the road, because you just started touching on that. You know, I know that you've run into perception issues in your experience. And pick one of the ones that has bothered you the most, and tell us how you help people get beyond that perception.
Yeah, I always say, my old saying is perception is 9/10 of the law, right? Because it so much depends not on reality as it might exist, but on reality as we perceive it. And I think the biggest thing, when I started with the committee, the first question, I spent 30 years in business. I am a data and numbers person. First question I asked was, when I was growing up, you needed housing, people build housing. You needed an apartment, you went and found an apartment. It didn't cost an arm and a leg and prevent you from going to the grocery store and feeling like, hey, I got money to spend on the groceries. What's happening? Why isn't this happening? And the two issues that really emerge when you look at that, one is that costs have definitely risen for building materials and labor. And so that places an issue, a challenge on developers and builders who would typically have done that work. So say a developer, a builder that would have done starter homes back in the day. All those costs have gone up. And then the second piece of the puzzle is that when you put on top of that, land prices, I don't know about you guys, but I saw an acre of land in Pennybunkport last week for $250,000 for just the land. So there's no way when you're dealing with that. And then on top of that, what any developer will tell you in that when they're looking to propose a development that according to a community's zoning and land use policy, that's going to be allowed there, they might spend $100,000, $200,000, $1 million putting together a proposal that they believe matches it. And then 3 months later, a group comes out and goes it down and does that whole thing. Those costs are not sustainable. So what you see is people exiting the market for doing that kind of work, doing other things. In my area, I'm guessing in your area, what does that mean? You've got lots of builders who are building luxury homes for people from New York and Boston, making a fantastic living, but no one, they're empty, 9 months out of the year, most of the time. Again, no fault to them. They got to make a living too, but that's really the crux. So the issue, the fundamental perception issue is that our housing crisis is an issue of supply and demand. Basic economics, we have not built enough housing to meet the needs of our population, and the demand is growing again, especially because the nature of our population is changing. You have a lot of people who may want a small apartment, they don't want a big house. We don't match that. So if that's one thing I could really influence, is just people understanding, it's not so-and-so coming that's preventing so-and-so from getting a house. And it's across the country. In Maine, we did a study, we need 84,000 units of housing in Maine to meet the unmet need. So 35,000 of those homes are homes of all different types, that we have not built since 2008, the Great Recession. I did a full number on that. And then the other 40-ish are for the projected needs of our workforce that we want to have in Maine to build a thriving economy going forward. So really, just that perception, there's somebody causing this or someone, it is a systemic issue of supply and demand, and we've got to get out of our own way and come together to create viable plans to address it.
Perception.
Yeah, well, I think, actually, just to go back to what's changed, this kind of feeds into the perceptions. I would say, I think that there, is way more of an interest in walking and biking and a focus on that being part of, I think the Maine really focuses on quality of life. I think that's really important. People move to Maine for quality of life, and I think what's changed is adding walking and biking as part of that. People don't necessarily want to drive. I'm not saying everybody, still a lot of Mainers who really love to drive, but take pride in that, so that's totally fine. I guess some of the challenges in perception, I would say, would be a lot of people and communities feel that walking and biking and public transit are primarily urban and for urban communities and not for rural communities. So, I think that's something that we're really struggling against. I think also behavioral change as well. Some of these things we're so set in our patterns of how we get around places. It's really hard to change your behavior. And there's not the opportunity to even try because the infrastructure doesn't exist. At the same time, people use the fact that people don't want to build infrastructure because they don't think people are going to use it. But there's no people using the infrastructure because it's not there. So
The answer is
yeah, so, I think the other issue is, and I'm saying, there's more people who are interested in walking and biking and public transit, but nobody wants to pay for it. We get lots, I've been working with a bunch of towns, comprehensive plans and looking at the survey results. And people say that they want their towns to be more walkable and or bikeable. But then when you go to the money question, no one wants to pay for it. So how do we get there? That said, I think some of this infrastructure doesn't necessarily have to be expensive. And so, I guess that's another perception too, that, you have to build a whole massive sidewalk with really nice curbing in order to, that's the only way it can be done. I think that there are a lot of ways to get creative and use quick build infrastructure, bollards, even, planters, sometimes even just paint to create safer spaces and spaces that are more inviting. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Rough end.
I want to just add one thing to the housing perception that you so ably described. One thing we're finding is we need to think about housing as it's not just about giving somebody a place to live. That's really important, but it's also about community. That communities need diversity. They need people with low incomes, middle incomes, high incomes, and we need to make room for all that and not be so resistant when somebody comes up with a great idea and says, I don't want that near me. We're all gonna suffer if you don't figure that out. So that was, I just wanted to build on what you said. As far as perceptions with regard to employment opportunities, when we decided to focus on this, we went and talked to about 20 different businesses to find out what are your issues with hiring and retention of workers. And we are well aware of needs across the board for people who have work skills, including people in healthcare and education and all those things. But we found that the niche we're kind of interested in at the moment is the sort of skilled trades, people who can come to your house and fix your washing machine or your plumbing or your we all know how hard it is to find those people. So there's a perception among some people that these are dirty jobs or difficult jobs that they don't want to do. And so that there needs to be more value of hands-on learning, and we're finding that's really developing in our area. We're getting a wonderful tech school. The St. George School is doing hands-on, minds-on learning, as they call it, with K-8. Fantastic. It would be great to see that become more of a regular part of education. There's the assumption, the perception that kids coming up into high school, that they really should go to college for 4 years, which is a great, our kids did that, we're glad they did, but it's not necessarily the path that's best for everybody. So that's a perception that could do to be thought through a bit more. And, you know, there may be a sense that, well, there is a fact that people who go to college historically tend to make more money in the course of their lives, but their skilled trades can earn very well. So that we get the housing part fixed. The people they can make quite good livings doing these skilled trades and be trained in that and then work their way into an organization. A lot of the employers said that young people coming do not have a realistic idea of what they should be paid. They think they should be earning a lot of money right at the beginning, and they'll jump around a lot of job hopping. So maybe the perception of soft skills, work readiness seems to be lacking. And it's partly, some of this could be chalked up to COVID and the lack of socialization some kids went through. So more awareness of how to behave on a job, how to be ready to go to work and show up, how to not be on your phone and with people. These sorts of things are lacking in some of the youth. Greater awareness of soft skills is needed. So we really want to help young people and their parents and their educators realize a lot of opportunity here. We've also found there's an assumption that you make these decisions when you're in high school. More and more we're realizing kids need to be exposed to these things when they're in middle school or higher grades of elementary school. Because if they don't make a decision before they even set foot in the high school about going into the technical side of education, they're a little bit behind the curve. So that's another perception we're trying to address.
Can I add on to that real quick? Just one quick perception that I hear a lot of everywhere, all over Midwest Maine, probably beyond, but I'm mostly here. So just a perception that people don't want to work hard enough these days.
Right.
I'm with Andrew and Maggie. I'm really curious about what you guys think of your primary perception. We'll start with you.
Yeah. So I guess like it's twofold. I'll start with our new Mainer population. So when this housing project first came online, a lot of the perceptions we heard truly were negative. Why are people just moving here getting housing and not the people who have been here who are struggling financially getting housing? Why are taxpayer dollars paying for this and it shouldn't be? So we kind of definitely heard like a lot of that backlash, and I'll talk about that in the next talk, like how we kind of combated that. But yeah, so we received like all of that kind of like pushback and negative perception. I think to piggyback off of what's already been said, it's like it's not just that, like it's housing for food. So those workforce jobs that we need, like childcare, building, those, you know, more trades positions, like that is the workforce. The people who are living in Brunswick in those designated buildings are filling those jobs that we need people to fill. So I think that's been like the perception, but I hopefully like really worked on combating. Yeah, I think like getting past these perceptions, like really we've held space as an opportunity to have these difficult conversations and like adopt all questions. So yeah, here in February, we had a community conversation where one of our Mainers, our individuals, talked about how he got here. Like, what he did, how he got to employment with the town of Brunswick, and just his whole entire journey through immigration, which was a legal process, and, you know, he talked, like, explained it, and then we opened it up and said, questions, like, write down your questions, leave them anonymous, whatever you want to ask, they're here to listen to. And we fielded every question, like, even the ones that maybe were offensive, like, you know, addressing the legal concerns around with immigration, that I think we have a lot of, like, misinformation that is around. We really addressed, and you're like, this is how the asylum seeking process in the United States works. This is how people were placed in these apartments through this, again, legal process, and like, this is why it matters. Yeah, so I think just like really creating the containers and safe spaces to have those hard conversations is really important. And then for perceptions that are youth, we're hearing the same things where it's like, they don't want to be here, they don't want to work. And we're starting this really amazing internship program right now where it's like, no, yeah, we want to work, but they want these amazing experiences at local businesses in our communities where they can have that hopefulness. But having a great experience with a local employer makes you feel like they belong here and that they want to be here and be here for a long period of time. So I think it's just like, a little bit of what's going on.
Sounds like a good help.
Thanks. I just want to add one small thing on actually what Maggie described, which is so wholesome and really helpful, but one thing that I just, a personal tiny kernel of it, extra that I think is maybe worth naming, because it's so widespread of this misunderstanding, and not only with the process by which those new families settling in is both legal, but critically that they moved into housing that was only going to be built, was only going to have funding to be built if, because of them coming to the town. That was a defunct, failed project that was financed with special money to support resettlement of these folks. And as recently as 2 days ago, we were being accused of building our shelter and everything else in town, including that building, which we are not connected to. For those people, when it could have been built for our people, and it's so false. So it's worth letting everyone know that that's another facet of reality that is worth spreading.
Thank you.
I think perceptions that are challenging for Tedford, and this is not a new one, really, it's just invisibility. So that's not happening here. I don't see it happening here. And if you're in a caring profession or you're, you know, whether it's law enforcement or general assistance or any of the nonprofits doing, you know, care work, you see how poverty and food insecurity and housing insecurity is always really awful to behold. And as it increases and increases and increases, is pretty horrifying. And yet people who are ashamed of the condition that they're experiencing will do everything to not be recognized for what they're going through, right? They will clean up in their bathroom and go punch the clock and then go sleep out in the woods in their camper or whatever it is. You know, there are a lot of different variations on this. And, you know, we have a town in Brunswick, which is quite huge actually, geographically, and has a lot of places to hide in the woods and not be observed. And I think throughout our region, just zooming out slightly, when I think about the kind of support that I'm chasing in order to sustain a new kind of more ambitious posture toward the mission, I need buy-in from towns from Freeport to Damariscotta. I need people to believe that we are contributing to their quality of life, even if their individual and the social network that they're in isn't using the resource. But we are more, you know, we're not so much like landfill, pay as you throw. We're more like a road, and you want those, when you leave your house and drive to Richmond, you want the roads to be good in Richmond too, right? And it's a challenging case to make sometimes, because critically, even the most well-intentioned.
Nice, great.
Even the most nominally supportive and curious person might come to us and say, well, please give me the head counts of the people from my town who you've served in the past 3 years and tell me about their outcomes and who you turned away and what were their outcomes. And there's a really kind of actuarial understanding of whether or not they're a stakeholder. And it's hard to convince people that it is actually more like a public health infrastructure, a utility kind of function that we are performing. And you can't predict, especially in a smaller town, when will be the next person in your neighborhood that needs to rely on the safety nets. But the safety net's got to be robust, right? So sadly, that's a timeless challenge. But that means I get a chance to get good at explaining.
Can I add one more perception comment on this? The other thing that, as a state legislator, is a frustrating perception to me is that we're not doing anything to address these challenges. 2 days ago in Augusta, there was an apprenticeship conference. Over 2,300 Maine people are currently in apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs with companies and organizations all around the state, where they are in a pre-apprenticeship way. Before you go into your apprenticeship, how do you show up in time? What is your OSHA, OSHA 10 certification? How do you speak when you have a question to your supervisor? How do you interact with your coworkers? Hugely important to help people baseline. And then moving into really, they interviewed on Wabby or one of the stations, there was a young woman who said, I'm a carpenter. I never in a million years thought I would be a carpenter. I am outside every day. I love this job. My parents are like, you're doing what? She's like, this is the best thing that ever happened to me. And she got exposed to that through internship. So I guess I just want to say, there's a lot of work going on, and I feel like it doesn't get, people don't know about it, or they don't, and we're all busy, we've all got lives, we've got things to do. And then the other thing is that I'm going to ask everybody here, if you know anybody who owns a business of any size in the state, I'm just going to do a show of hands or not. How many of those businesses have at least a third of their workforce comprised of new Mainers, asylum seekers who've gotten their work permits and are going through the process, who have arrived from a whole variety of countries? And those could be in Africa, the Middle East, Canada, England. There is a whole range of different folks coming to this country and filling jobs. How many people know an employer who has at least a third of their workforce made up from people who have immigrated to this country from elsewhere? One. I know about 10. And some of them speak out, some of them are maybe less vocal. I'm not going to name names because, it's their choice to speak out. Half of the workforce of a number of companies in the state are people from all over the world, and the owners will tell you, if you're sitting down with them, I tried to hire employees for years. I couldn't find anybody. Whether they exist or whether they don't have the right skills or whether, there's a whole variety of reasons. They might just not be there. They might just not be applying for these kinds of jobs, but they would not have employees. They would not have the economic development things that we've been talking about. And without more people to add to our workforce, they're young. A lot of folks, they have families. The folks who are asylum seekers, and I was a Peace Corps volunteer in West Africa. I would say to everybody, the people who came, crawled through the mud, through Central America with their children on their backs. You don't do that unless you are absolutely desperate. And and this is because I know people personally, the biggest worry that they had was, I'm going to get killed because I know XYZ person is after me or the government's after me. And what the heck are my children going to do? And to me, those people are heroes because they are doing this and they're coming here for the opportunity and to help our economy and do all these things, to establish a good life and to care for their families. And they are incredibly dedicated and incredibly hardworking because they are so grateful, thankful to be here. And I have to say that because, I just want that story to get out more and more. And if you don't know anyone, I encourage you to go and meet some folks because they're really bringing a lot to our economy. And our content.
I'm going to come back and you, Tracy, this next month, and I'm going to do so because I thought your co-chair asked the executive directors of the Maine Association of Regional Councils at one of the hearings a great question, which was, what are you going to do going back to your communities, these regional councils, to shape the discussion around housing? Are you a resource for us? I think is what she was asking. And I thought the first answer was so good. There are a couple of the others after that were better. But we were all challenged by that. So you have a bunch of communities here. Maybe help us with that answer.
I'm not, you're asking me, did I
Yeah.
miss the question, Matt? Sorry.
What is the information that we ought to be connecting with our communities about housing that helps them get beyond that barrier?
It's a really good, okay, gotcha now. It's a really good question.
Flummoxed all the executive directors, so.
I think about that, because I think about my own community as you're raising this. So many of us, if we move to Maine from elsewhere, really see something here that is really, really special. And that is community. It's been touched on several times. In that we have communities that really identify themselves as such and go to the library and meet together with whatever group they're associated with and feel a real part of something. And back to my story in the beginning of my concern in 2018 was like, we're losing that. When you're in a place where 47% of your housing is owned by people who do not live in your community or only, like, what is happening? Are we going to lose that community? So for me, when I think about the regional councils and the role you play, back to the idea of what's the definition of a community? And again, I call it human habitat. What do humans need to survive? It's not just a house, right? I mean, if we all just needed a roof over our heads, and to be by ourselves all the time, but you need access to services, you need food and sustenance, you need jobs, you need work, you need a sense of being able to contribute because we all get pride and we develop our identities and our connections to others. You need all that stuff to thrive as people. And that's what so many Maine communities have. So I would challenge the regional councils to go out and talk with folks through whatever process. Maybe it's through the climate resilience conversations. Maybe it's through a comprehensive planning process about how do we define ourselves as a community? What do we have and what are we at risk of losing unless we address this? Because to me, that's where people were like, oh my gosh, you know, that wake up call about we're going to be completely seasonal. We're going to be empty. Now I have constituents who said my road has 20 houses on it. When my kids were growing up, kids were running around, having a great time. Half of those houses are dark 9 months out of the year. There's nobody there. I was just like, that is not community. So to the positive spin on in every crisis, there's opportunity, right? We get this opportunity to define ourselves and then to say, from a housing perspective, housing does not need to be a single family home on a large lot out a long rural road. How else could that look? And what are the needs of our community for the different kinds of housing? And what do we need as a region to help communities make that happen and align it with the economic plans and that sort of thing? That to me would be so valuable as both the conversation and the information, but also the process of having those conversations and having those conversations in a shared way. Because again, it's not each individual community. So many of these challenges are regional and everyone's sort of tied together. That would be really, that's my answer. There you go. That's, did you memorize that?
I'm gonna have you come right in.
Yeah, so I think a lot of that also like speaks to mental models and like existing like culture in this state. So really having that shift from a scarcity-based approach to a strength-based approach. Where like by building more housing, you are not taking away from other people. You are contributing to this broader community by welcoming a more diverse member population. Like you're strengthening your community and having more in that abundance mindset instead of that like when X happens, Y gets left. I don't think that is like really what's happening anymore.
Also, I think if you look at schools, for instance, we're suffering from declining schooling enrollment. So you need younger families that are going to send their kids to the school to give that sort of vibrancy. And so that's a blessing to the community. It's not as you said, it's not taken away, it's adding to the quality and to the sense of community that we all love, and we start to feel like that's getting hollowed out. Because so many people own stuff and they are never in that values. It's,
I think you might be so few people own stuff.
well, true. I mean, there's a big group of people that own beautiful big houses and don't use them, except for doing something.
Transportation perspective on this.
I would think my wife gets angry every time she says she has to watch out for bicycle riders.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I can offer the perspective of, you know, our Maine needs a lot of new housing. How and where are we going to build that housing? And does it support other forms of transportation besides personal vehicle dependent transportation? So really talking about transit oriented development here. I'm not saying that every community needs to be, you know, have a significant amount of density. But, you know, I presented to Town's Historical Society a couple weeks ago, and I showed them a map of Winchester, Massachusetts, a parcel map, and we looked at that because the people at the Historical Society said that if there were growth in the town, that they would want it to be spread out all over town. Well, when you spread that growth out all over town in a dispersed fashion, at first, you know, you don't really notice it. But if you have increased growth pressures, and especially over time, it turns into, for those who don't know, Winchester, Massachusetts is a suburb, formerly rural, now suburban. And one of the folks in the audience pointed out, oh, I see that subdivision, that's some subdivision development. And it's all the stuff that's happening in Maine communities now. But it's created very dispersed development patterns that make it hard to reduce traffic or speeding or support other types of modes of transportation. On a not so transportation focus, I think one of the things I've started to think about more, I don't really have an answer to, is subdivision development and who are we building housing for? You know, a lot of housing is built in the form of subdivisions that have a lot of protective covenants to maintain the housing. And in setting those protective covenants, you're really pinpointing housing for a specific type of person that wants to uphold a certain look, a certain standard. And so I think it's something as communities we need to think about more is, you know, how do we make sure that we're building housing for everyone and that developers in our communities aren't building housing for just one specific group of people?
Can I add something to that? Just.
Yeah, and then we'll come to Andrew and then we'll go to questions.
And I think the other thing one of the aha moments I had last session on committee was when we were talking about, basically, how do you plan to build housing? And how do we encourage communities to follow sort of smart growth principles to build housing where there are existing services and infrastructure to reduce sprawl? And Maine Audubon came and testified in favor of that bill. A pro-development bill, Maine Audubon. The first time I'd ever seen an environment and conservation organization come and testify in favor of a housing and development bill. And the reason was that there is a big realization happening that in order to preserve Maine and all of the wonderful things we love about Maine, the natural resources, the environment, all of the beauty, we then need to think about housing in just the way that you were just discussing, Eddy, which is how do we think about doing both at the same time and put those two considerations together. And again, I just want to add that to a perception. It was just like, for me, I was like, oh my gosh, this is new.
Well, I'll just say the point that I don't know what the question is at this point.
Around, but what are the researchers that need to change perceptions, but go the way?
Sure, well, right now we have a little campaign to reach out to all the towns in our catchment area, sort of starting with a nucleus and then spreading out from there, just to invite them to sit down and get acquainted and learn about the work and invite their feedback on their experience of Tedford as sort of a brand and Tedford kind of operation. I think plenty of people near us, their experience of us has been, oh, Tedford's the place where you call and they say no. Like, that's a fair critique. I'm okay with that, right? So let's have some uncomfortable conversations. Let's get through the history. Let's hear the horror stories. Let's talk about what we're going to do going forward and how we can be partners to them in various ways. You know, I mean, I would love to be able to say yes every single time. But you know, the point is diplomacy, right? To that end, I have dropped 2 copies of our annual report on each table. Those came out yesterday. I saw it for the first time this morning. So if anybody, yes, well, I've seen it before, but not in print. Yes, I was involved actually. But, you know, my invitation to this group is to be curious about our work. We serve a lot of communities. There's a lot of change happening. The work is vital. And so if you're a little bit better acquainted with the work, you know, pass it on to somebody else, take a look and share it. And hopefully that'll just help more people understand how people who are up against the worst circumstances can get some of the support that they need. And of course, follow up anytime. I'm always happy to chat and show people around, and get a better look at what we do if they're curious. I'll leave that.
Questions out there? Great.
Sometimes I feel like there are 2 names, you know, both of us in the smallest communities, like mine, but as far as I know, it's about a single child in our school who's a native language, wasn't English. You know, you don't have immigrants filling jobs. And everybody is concerned about the issue of how dark our community is, but they'll be damned if they're gonna regulate short-term rentals. You know, we're in this for a long game. These are such complex issues. And back to Mac's comments earlier about, you know, diplomatic, constructive community conversations about hard issues, you know, like housing. So hard. And, you know, given all of us come from immigrants who came here, you know, we're gonna build our, you know, from the ground up this like in the counties, and that's who we are. I think there's huge challenges, you know.
And I will say, like, on the immigration front, specifically like housing for new Mainers, immigrants, whatever, like, I think our projects have all shown, like, it's not enough just to build housing, right? Like, you have to have all of those, like, wraparound and stability services that come with it too. So it is, it's a systematic problem, it's a big issue, we'll probably be here in 20 years, still talking about it. But
And if I could add a little bit there, because I do think the other thing that we've seen on the housing committee is the linkage point for a small community, for a small town, between those questions that you raised and the financial and fiscal future of that community. Because back to the demographics, I mean, this is a hard thing to say. I mean, I say this with my own amount of gray hair. If you don't rejuvenate your population somehow, we're all gonna die. I mean, is that how you want, 20, 30 years from now, who is gonna be your community? That's, for me, there's just a really down and dirty conversation, which then leads to how your select board, if you have any staff, really trying to get the community engaged around that conversation, because maybe that's okay. Maybe that's, people just want to kind of live in their homes and just kind of live out their lives, and that's fine. I'm not arguing with that. but at least I think having the opportunity to have that conversation, is that what we really want? Because that's just dollars and cents, that's just the actuality of it. And doing nothing, and I've said this in front of my own select board, is a decision. You can make that decision, that's a valid decision, but it does have consequences, and people should understand what those consequences are. If you don't think about the future of your tax base, costs aren't, even with, we're very close to 2% inflation now, but even if we're at that, they're gonna go up a little bit every year. Again, maybe you're okay just muddling through with that, but be conscious of it and have the conversation is what I recommend.
And just to add a little bit on to, I guess, mostly what you're saying, but I think there's so much conversation around short-term rentals and not enough conversation about seasonal homes.
Right.
That, short-term rentals have become such a hot topic that we're sort of losing. I think it's just easier to make them the scapegoat when there's a larger problem of the percentage of seasonal homes in our communities, and that's actually significantly larger in most cases than short-term rentals. A lot of times, short-term rentals, play into that because they allow people to keep a seasonal home. But I think we need to not lose sight of that, because ultimately, if everyone bans short-term rentals, there's still the issue of seasonal homes. And of course, that's a very delicate topic because seasonal residents in Maine have played a very important role historically. They still do. I'm sure a lot of people here may have been associated with Maine through being seasonal visitors. And so, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have seasonal homes or anything, but it's part of the conversation that we need to think more about and have a harder look into.
And just so everyone knows, but just to follow on from to follow on though, because I think you're raising an excellent point. So 22, in my town is 47%. I'm guessing some of the towns are probably similar. Across the whole state, it's 22% of our housing stock is owned by people who do not live here. To me, the positive side of that, so if you look at other states like South Carolina or New York, they actually explicitly in their tax code tax seasonally owned residences at a higher rate. In Maine, we have a provision in our constitution that prevents us from doing that, at least to date, it's prevented us from doing that. As we're looking forward at things in the legislature, I know there's a proposal coming to amend that provision in the Constitution to allow us to do what would seem to be a very logical thing to me. And I think there are other things that relate to that, real estate transfer tax on property sales over $1 million. Like, these are folks who, again, nothing against them, but it's a sneeze on their tax return. They don't even deal with the sale. Their accountants are dealing with it and their lawyers are dealing with the sale. The idea that the real estate, the brokers come out and say, no one will ever buy another home in Maine if we do this. Really? I don't think so. So, so it's really having that piece of the conversation too. And again, that plays out differently. I have no idea which town every town, but there's some hard and realistic conversations about the limits that we face that we could change if we have, well, we can't, say we're not gonna have a free market anymore, but we can change how we treat different kinds of properties if we want to.
Jen, take us to our last.
Oh, okay. I got 2 points.
It's a challenge.
2 points. One is that as we have fewer kids in the school system, each child costs us more because we maintain the infrastructure, we maintain in fact, that's happening in our town, our region, we have a region. That's a big impact on taxes. It's on property taxes. And so people are really getting hot about the issues of costs of the school program.
And in other areas in our region, both schools are closing down.
Right.
Having a direct negative impact on it.
And then the other issue is on the homeless thing, or what we call homeless, unhoused, underhoused. There's, Max isn't here. In our town, we have a lot of people living in campers and RVs on friends or family's property, just so that they have a place to be. And we wrote an ordinance that passed apparently that doesn't permit that anymore. we have no homeless facilities or unhoused programs in Lincoln County, for example. And we are, I don't know what you said, but you said Damascata was as far north as you guys go?
Well, the Pontiac catchment area is drawing. I mean, it's sort of halfway between us and Rockland. So,
Right.
you know, you figure they're taking the people north, we're taking people south. That's not really what happens.
It doesn't happen,
Yeah.
and also there's not enough capacity.
That's right.
There simply isn't enough capacity.
Yeah.
And this is a real problem, especially when we say in our laws now that towns or cities can move people out. Where do they go? Just moving this group of people around. I'm sick of that solution. And I have to say personal, that's personal, real personal. And I'm really sick that we are in this, and it is a crisis for housing. And that it is impacting our businesses and our towns on a very deep level. And I don't know when it's gonna crash or completely crack open, where we're gonna start seeing the suffering in our faces, not hidden. But I'm concerned that it's going to happen before we actually get a handle on it or start getting it.
Sorry, I'm going to respond just to say this. On the way down here on Route 1, I drove by a business on June that said, sorry, up here, on the way up here on Route 1, I drove by a business, they put on their little sign, you know, whatever it is, some ton. It just said, please God.
Yeah.
Please God, fix our country.
Fix our country.
And that's what they're talking about. I mean, I'm not sure what the politics of that sentence are, but that's what they're talking about, right?
I can talk a little bit about the schools. I've been working with RSU3 on some of their school districts issues, which are pretty significant and are resulting in this closure of 2 schools. The district is about 11 towns. It's a big district. And one of the things that we discovered is that the increase in the town valuations that have happened over the last, 2 to 5 years have massively decreased the percentage of state aid that the district receives. And so therefore, it's not even the number of students out. That is also a part, but that is creating a huge problem to go from, I think it was like 52% to 37% state aid. And that's a really big problem that I think kind of flies under the radar, because that's not always something that towns tend to look at. There's a big disconnect between the school budget system and the town's budget system. And there's not a lot of communication going on.
Right. I mean, we got hit 2 years ago with the school wanted the regional school system for 5 towns wanted us to approve an $80 million bond for them because of the infrastructure needs for the school. And that's when people started paying attention. That's when the whole thing started going like that.
And I think sort of to go along with that, I mean, I don't know if this is an issue to the same extent in all school districts, but I think 20% of students in the district, it wasn't that the birth rates were going down, it wasn't that there were fewer children, it was 20% of students in the district were not attending the schools, either because of out of district placements or because of homeschooling or for some other reason. And school districts receive money for every child that attends. That's a huge loss of funding. While at the same time, the towns are having to pay more because their town valuations have gone up. And Doug's part of it.
If I could, in RSU3, we've got 1,000 kids in the school system, another 200 are out due to homeschooling, whatever. And we've asked them, why aren't your kids going? They say, well, the school curriculum, don't blame me on quoting wokeness. There's a huge absence. The other factor is we're spending almost a third of the budget on at-need children. People that have behavioral issues, et cetera, et cetera. So that's creating a huge tax burden for and I don't want to throw rain on some of the arguments, but as a select board member, every Monday, we have to send our town warrant, our budget. And when I listen to this discussion of housing, seasonal housing, empty houses, if the house is empty, they're still paying the same tax bill.
I know, that's true.
And if we don't have those kids going to school or beating the roads, whatever, it's cheaper for the town to have a house empty than it is to have it full.
And can I respond to that a little? This is why, when I talk about that 22% of homes, that we have, through our laws over the last 100 years, or whatever it's been, decided that, like, yeah, sure, fine, you can do that. To your point, not as much burden on the town, but a huge impact on the structure of our town. And the reason I say that is because in my town, it's an industry. Second homes are an industry. They employ tons of contractors, tradespeople, landscapers, cleaners, caretakers. I mean, there's a whole ecosystem of businesses that have grown up to support people when they're here and when they're not, to take care of their homes and to build new homes. And I'm sorry, this is the thing that kills me, to rip out the kitchen that was there brand new when they bought the home and they decided they didn't like it and they literally, it's just like, you've got money to like throw in the furnace and burn. Okay, so in that case, that's why I'm saying, when if we were to compare that with all the other industries in Maine, I'm guessing it's a pretty big industry. If you took all of the things, we should be looking at that as a revenue opportunity to help support communities that do have other needs and support the towns that are trying to juggle the needs of the people that actually live there.
I understand that, but I'm guessing you live in a saltwater community. I live in Montville.
Yeah.
We don't have, well, we have a couple $1 million houses, but
But I guess
we
I'm saying,
have the highest percentage, 25% of the people in Walden and Montville live in the trailer. And I've been on a lot of them on the fire department. The floors are rotting out, the sewage is backed up, et cetera, et cetera.
and just so you're clear what I'm saying, I'm not saying that we should do that just to benefit saltwater communities. I'm saying that we should be able to raise funds to benefit all of Maine, just so we're 100% on the same page, so.
I'm not arguing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna bring it to a halt because I know. And we can still sit around and talk about this. I want to thank Charlotte Knight.
Yes.